Hello, everybody. I'm Henry Lee. It's nice to see people from all over the world during this special pandemic time. I wish we, in this next 3 hours, we forget about the outside world and concentrate on our spiritual world and pursue inner peace, right? Let me introduce everybody a little bit. Is Clara from Italy there?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm here. Hi
Clara,
there.
I cannot see. Let me see.
Yeah, if I keep talking, does that help?
Oh, maybe I should put the speaker view, but I have to empty myself. Anyway,
Okay, good to see you anyway.
yeah. Clara, I'm very happy to meet you here. I was very inspired by your response to the quarantine or the lockdown in Italy. And the second day you signed up, I then wrote a very moving self-introduction. Would you mind I share that with everybody just to
Go ahead, it's fine, yeah.
Sure. Okay, great. Let me share screen. This is another function I'm doing, so we can share what I'm looking at here. Okay, so this is our website, Chinese brush painting video class with Henry Lee. This video class is pre-recorded, by the way. It's not live, but we will put all recordings of this lesson in the online class, so you can submit your artful critiques in the online class setting. So I'll give you 30 days free after this class. So you can, if you haven't signed up, you can sign up after the class. Okay. So this is the personal introduction page of Clara from Italy. Let me see, how do I scroll up? And yeah, that's what she wrote. The practice of bamboo has calmed her, and so I wish everybody like to paint, concentrate on the painting. So we shared a poem that I inscribed on one of my bamboo painting just before I left China during a political turmoil about 33 years ago, I think. So my long days are difficult to live. 日常苦难度. Painting the ink gentleman is how I pass time. 莫君借以遣. I don't want my delicate leaves to be disturbed by wind. 细叶莫生风. Because already too much turmoil in this world. 风波世上满. This poem was written by a famous master, Xu Wei. He lived in the time of Ming and the Qing dynasties. So it's escape, we call it this kind of art escapism. And on my, let me turn to this image. Yeah, this painting you see on the lower left is my my painting that with this poem. In Chinese painting, the mood is the main reason why we paint. It's not the beauty or just some nice place. It's the mood in the place or the object, the subject matters that inspire us to paint and this is the this kind of poetic feelings. Let me show you some other pictures. Okay, this is a long scroll. It's hanging downstairs right now. Before the class, so I want to share with Clara and others this kind of mood before I left China 35 years ago to escape the everything, put everything behind and pursue my peace. Anyway, I'm going to talk about the relationship between calligraphy and painting a little bit. As you can see, technically, painting and calligraphy is of the same orange.
Excuse me, Henry. Can you unshare the screen because I've just got your desktop on my.
Oh yes, I see.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't follow that. So Victoria, maybe you can monitor people's. Okay, chat. I couldn't read the chat. Right. Okay, now you can see. Let me go back to the painting. So this was the painting we talked about with the Ming Dynasty poet and the painting master Xu Wei. I have this information in the website, so you don't have to write notes. If you join the meeting, you got all the references from this. I mean, join the web class. You got all the references I use. So you can see the mood. The poem said literally the delicate leaves. Not with any wind. Normally, we consider wind as the energies in our painting. We will have a storm, that kind of a breeze. But in this painting, I try to paint it very stilly. We call this painting writing ideas, 写意, write of idea. So I think what I can do is when I talk, I just write. So you can see my hand. Okay. So when I do bamboo, a lot of people just, try to depict the form. One other master painter in turn of 19th, 20th century, Wu Changshuo, Shanghai master, he said, I'll paint the qi, the energy or the mood, not the form. So if you paint the form, the bamboo looks like that. But if you paint the calligraphy, it doesn't matter if it is look like or dislike the bamboo. So not try to depict anything. This we call it drawing or depict representational art. 写意 is writing of ideas. So you have to get the complete bamboo in mind before you do. So you don't have any hesitation or try to do it like that. Let me ask if you are set up to paint along with me today, or you need a separate time to practice. You can unmute yourself to answer.
Both.
Set up in both.
Both,
Both,
yeah.
yes.
Yes, I agree with both.
Okay,
Yes, I'm
perfect.
set up to paint along.
I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, so
I'm set up to paint.
okay, perfect.
Okay.
I like the response. Very good. So
Pink.
let me finish quickly something about the poem to answer before I forgot Clara's question, as I promised to make a solution. If you don't write Chinese characters, how can you inscribe your painting like the Chinese artists do? We have a master here, Susan Mary Tabush, right? Susan, can you tell us how you will solve that problem? Because I got questions, people asking how how do I sign my name in Chinese if I don't have a Chinese name, or how do I inscribe a poem I wrote in my own Western language?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I started using the square word calligraphy from Shu Bing, and I started writing, you know, like Chinese character, but in Spanish, kind of like crazy. But that's how I did it.
Okay.
Maybe I have something to show later on. I will look for it. So you can see the square word calligraphy that I have been using,
Yeah.
and that's I
Okay.
like to practice.
I think you mentioned Susan Frame.
Oh, Susan Frame?
Yeah, it was your teacher for a workshop, right? And she
Yes.
wrote calligraphy in English, but with vertical lines, I think.
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
right.
point that out. You can see that. Let me just. Can you see it, guys?
Yeah.
People there. So this is Susan's poem. I don't know what she wrote. I assume it's an English poem. It's the inscription on her painting. So calligraphy is explicitly part of the composition. It could be a kind of add-on texture visually, or just you know, the title of the painting to add the communication with the audience, the viewer. Okay. Let me mute everybody again, just to make sure I don't lose the image. Okay. So let's go back to the relationship between calligraphy and the painting. Technically speaking, we're using the same tools, same brush, and same ink for the calligraphy and the painting. So I'm going to let you choose between some. Let me pick it, because I got requests on animals like a rabbit, and there's also request from someone in the class about a fish. So let's do let's say fish. All right. Any rejections on that? No. Okay.
It's okay.
So this. Yes, please.
Henry,
It's okay, Henry.
can
Thanks.
you hear me? And Henry, can you hear me?
Yes.
So this is Richard Kaufman, and I have you on my screen now, so I've been following everything.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, and congratulations on your success. Yeah, Richard is Vice President of Sumie Society of America. And they have an online exhibition. I think everybody can submit, right, from this class to the exhibition. I will release the information in my online class later if we got some research how to do that later this year. Anyway, so let's do a practice on strokes, because when you paint, we're using the same brush, and the precise control of calligraphy strokes will help to get the shape of the fish in one stroke or in few stroke, rather than draw little by little. We do all the shapes. As you can see in my on my table, when we practice the calligraphy, we use a red grid with a stroke guide. You can see that, right? It's outlined guide. So when we paint fish, we do the same thing. I copied a handout from my class on this. Let me turn on my lights. Can you see my little drawings? It's a carbon copy. It's just like a guideline. So when I practice fish, I do this. I don't have to fill in exactly the space. But in the beginning, it might, doesn't look like the master. Whoops. I think I got something changed.
It has to stop sharing his screen.
What is this? Did I get hacked or something? I'm looking at some. I'm looking. What I'm looking at.
Somebody has shared their screen in
Somebody
advance.
else.
Got you back.
Oh, don't share screen, because if you share screen, everybody will be blocked. Sorry, I stopped sharing screen. Don't share screen. I don't allow share screen in this class. If you want to share something, just put it in front of camera. Otherwise, we cannot see anything. All right. Okay, let me mute everybody again. Are you looking at my table now with the goldfish practice? The brush I will use for goldfish. I will use either the soft or the combination brush. Let me see. Let's just use the soft brush, because the soft brush is more flexible, and I soak the brush in water. On this magic paper, I don't need to use ink. If you're using ink, you're fine too. So this is magic class.
Henry, it's easy to take off the carbon drawings.
Yeah, I copied the handout. I print out the handout and I
Yes, but
paste
later
it,
when you finish your painting, it's easy to take off the carbon.
Oh, it will be permanent. Unfortunately, it's permanent. But the idea, you got the idea, right? You can put the handout. Let me show you what I do. You can also put the handout or the outlined fish under the rice paper, transparent rice paper, but it's maybe not so clear, So you can use ink in that case. Just all you need to do is to draw. If you do a real fish, this is how we do it. I use pencil, or you can use charcoal. You can trace or just draw. Lightly, very lightly. You can use your fingernail. My teacher used fingernail all the time. Just draw some control point. Okay. Something like that. So it's all the same. The whole idea is have an outlined guide or drawing or map, just like a calligraphy. When you do this kind of practice, to prove my point, let me show you something. I think it's very I show, I reveal some secret of a grandmaster called Qi Baishi. I think most people should know his name is like Picasso in China. Everybody knows Qi Baishi, more popular than Zhang Daiqian. Let me find his. There's a museum in Beijing that shows.
Could you write his name to copy and looking for him later?
Yeah, let me just show you the pictures. You will recall who is this person I'm talking about. All right, just a minute. Let me just go through his image first, and then we'll show his draft. Okay, let me just open that. Do you see his his face now? He's a famous artist with shrimp. Very famous. So one artist one master can only master one subject matter and become very famous in one area. That's very common. So he spent all his life studying shrimp. No, he also painted many things else, but like crabs here. But shrimp is his trademark. So everybody, every master in Chinese art history has a trademark. Okay, I try to enlarge this image. Let me just do it here. Look at this particular. Can you tell what's it? It's a map of his painting, probably his own from one of his successful or bestseller. He would draw a map of that painting and make detailed notes on colors, ink use, that kind of thing. But it's a black-white drawing. See, this is a lotus, right? Lotus with a Mandarin duck. Lotus with Mandarin duck. This is the lotus part. He has notes on every stroke. So this is the master's what in his mind. When you see his final result, it's like a one-stroke painting. But he has done this homework that you didn't see before, right? So first time I showing his sketchbook and his design template, how this is done. Not just like this. This painting is one of his very late, like 90. Oops. Sorry, I got lost. Technical challenge again. This is a scored, right? It's a kind of line plan. I don't know if you know this kind of scored. It's an abstract. He become more and more abstract. But look at this cat. We're going to do rabbit later. And this is the method we're supposed to do. Look at this cat. Look at this cat. Black-white cat, but it's all lines, like a road map. And it indicates black, white, but you don't have to have that in the thumbnail sketch. This is a thumbnail sketch of his design. So you got this composition or some ideas for the painting. This is what we call complete idea before picking up the brush. And yeah, this is the notes. So let me, okay, I think it's enough. We have hundreds of this kind of examples. I can also show you the result and the draft. So the point is, you have to practice calligraphy. The brush handling, you can see how he holds his brush. The brush handling is exactly like calligraphy. So I'm going to show you a master in goldfish and see how he does with the strokes, and then we will do some exercise again. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to share a short video clip without sound. Maybe I can point to you where to look at and what I would look. This video I have watched more than 100 times before I got I taught myself to paint the goldfish like him. So it's very, very good, very, very treacherous documentary. Let me see. His name is Wu Zhuoren. The goldfish master is Wu Zhuoren. Let me write this. Oh, this is Chinese. The spelling Wu. Wu Zhuoren's goldfish. Okay. Hold on, let me start broadcasting. I'm not going to put sound because it's in Chinese. Okay. Side brush stroke, rolling, pulling, and change directions, and use tip to end the tail. Tip conceal the stroke, tip in the middle. Side brush stroke, rolling, and pull. Tip stroke. For the fins, the back fins, the tail fins, and the chest fins. Using red, a small brush, the leaf wing brush. So here's the tip. This is very important. Just 1 second. This is the most important tip today. Okay, what he does is he uses a piece of paper. I think I cannot show you my paper, but this is a paper towel or some. You cannot use paper towel. You can use tissue. A wasted painting would be the best. Just rice paper. Blot the stroke before it smears. So don't complain my paper. You don't know this tip, this trick. Use blotting paper. Understand? See, again, blotting. This time starting from the body tip. Pressing and lifting, just like a calligraphy strokes. Using the whole brush printing and then lift in the end. Notice the bridge between the body and the tail, the narrow bridge. That's a very bony part of the fish. You have to know exactly the anatomy of the fish before you can do this kind of thing. Strokes. The fish mouth is very small. This one has a pop-up eye called the dragon eye fish. This is slow version, slow speed. See how turns and direction change? In the middle is the bridge I mentioned. This is an unsized shrine. So every stroke is separated with a watermark that creates an odor of overlapping. the twisting of brush is also rolling and twisting. Soft brush, yeah. Pouring. Pouring. This is the tail fin, the front swimming fin. Now using cinnabar or vermilion. Vermilion is a red color to paint the red crown of the fish, starting from the mouth. So there's concentration, the darkest in the front, then gradually wet into the body part when the body is still wet. That's very important timing. If the body is dry, there will be a hard line between the two parts. Pick out the losing hair, that's common. Keep the mouth small, but just thick lip. Just a little tiny eye this time. Now he explained the concept. One stroke from body to tail, leaving a lift in between, so there's a bridge. Then the tail fin, chest fin. While the body is still damp, add red crown with a small brush and then vermilion. Vermilion is the color. Let me get that ready. The lip. Leave a space between the red. Yeah. Also the eye. Leave a little space. The other side is okay to blend in a little bit. And a little shading under the jar or something. I don't know what's called. So they all blend together, wet into wet. Now he take advantage of the unique characteristic of Chinese rice paper, unsized shrine paper. The watermark is separating the strokes, and the previous stroke will be kept when you add the second layer. You see, it goes behind because the first stroke prevented from saying that. So something in the front goes first. That's a principle. See, look at that, and you can blot again. So the first fish's tail is on top. So Chinese rice paper indicates the painting process. You record every movement to indicate the depth. The blotting paper. On smearing rice paper, right? That's the most important tip I got from this video. Small brush also prevents smearing with a thick paints. Because this fish goes underneath the first one, so we need to wait the first fish fin to dry before we add a little bit, indicate a little bit the lip. We don't paint the background water, but we need to make it sure the tail and the fins indicate the movement in the water. So it's implicated or suggested. We never paint the water. We rarely paint the water directly, but indicate that with the movement of fish tail and the fins. Keep the water in mind. So it's not a dead fish. So you can look at the turn. So you can start from the right to the left. Okay, let me go to the end. And there's some gallery of his works. I think that's it. Let me stop sharing. Let me turn that sound off. Okay. Let me do some demo on rice paper. Do you have any? Let me do. Okay, I'm experimenting with this pool. So let me. Oops, I cannot do it. Okay, I was going to ask if I'm too fast or too slow. So far. Okay. My pool is not coming up. Okay, let's let me repeat the whole practice on this paper again. So let me just help you remember. So not starting from the tail, starting right after the head part. So there's
Henry, excuse me, can we see the paper, please? We're seeing your face, not the paper.
Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I forgot to change the camera. Okay, now you can see my hand, right? Okay. Let me change the image on the left before I forgot. I need to change that also. Just practice some more of the strokes. All right. This up. Okay. This is the character for goldfish. Victoria will show you how to write it when we finish this painting. You can write the title on that. So this is the procedure. The first stroke, number one, is this. Starting from the belly, the chest, just use the brush bottom. Maybe a smaller brush would be better. Okay, now you see I move towards the left like that. Right? I may miss some part of the drawing, but it's okay. I had the guide, but the idea is, you don't want to fill in all the blanks of that outlined design, but it could just give you general guidelines. And this one overlaps with the left. So this is like a bamboo stroke thing, basically, we call it the tip concealed stroke. This is a side. This is a side. This is a tip centered. Two very important techniques in Chinese brush painting. Okay, and then this one is something in between, I will say, something like that. And then it dries a little too fast. We've got a very hot temperature here today. And then you change into a smaller brush. I will use you can use the little whistle brush. I just got whatever I have. So I should have happy dot will work the best, maybe the right side. I got this. I try to use the basic brush. So everybody has the 3 basics, I assume. We call this 3 basics. This is basic soft and basic whistle, basic stiff, small whistle brush. This one, if we load with red, we just add that in the, carefully make that triangular shape, and then add a little mouth, and then dot the eye, indicate a little perspective. So this one has a little, it's a little, the front one is a little larger. So this area is supposedly still wet. So now it's too dry. You can see a hard line between the head and the body, right? But the idea is you need to do it fast without waiting for too long. So this brush will be too small for the tail. So let me do this one. Remember this one, he did 2 strokes. You're looking from the top of this fish. So this could be separated. And then he kind of start from inside of the body and then make. See, I twist the brush. This is a very important move. Just like you write calligraphy, Victoria will show you how to write that in her class. You see how I twist the line to get this part? It's the same idea basically here. With if you practice calligraphy, this will take you 3 months for Chinese kids to do. When I was young, the whole summer maybe just practice this. Okay, the second stroke overlapping, just like the bamboo leaf. Okay, now this one is a side brush, means the brush tip is along the top line here, and then I roll and twist. So I'm using the chisel. The brush actually, when I press, it becomes fat, right? Then when I turn, rotate, turn with your wrist, or you can use the finger. If you hold the brush like this, you can twist the brush handle. Then it will change to the when it reach the narrow side. If I press and then you see it becomes a chisel sharp. So that's, you don't have to lift the brush. Someone may do it like that. It's also okay, but it's easier. We just slant the brush and then pull, change, go this way and then pull this way. And there's something in the middle, but you don't really make a sharp turn. It's a turn, it's not a fold. It could be a fold. This is so he mentioned that you need to think about water and movement, like feeling your swimming fish to get the movement. And this is a dragon eye. You need to use smaller brush, I'm sorry, for this kind of details with dark ink. So at this point, we don't worry about the ink tonalities. We just practice the strokes. The calligraphy skill will certainly help. Just like here you see the stroke for this press stroke, similar to this one right here. See, I press all the way to the bottom. That's different than calligraphy. The calligraphy, you only use like 1/3 of the brush, ideally, not use the whole brush. But in painting, we could exaggerate that like that. He can, I think he did like something like that even, and then he just did this. So that's depends on. So that's the largest stroke the same brush could do. Are you following my practice so far? All right, let me give you 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute. I will ask Victoria.
Hello, this is Victoria, and Henry want me to write characters in a goldfish, and I'll try to get the best view of the paper. Okay, I'm using the paper right now, and it's the 原树的 bamboo, bamboo fiber from bamboo fiber. The paper, so a little bit like an antique color, yellowish. Some people like it. In China, it's very common to use this for calligraphy. And I'm going to use ink because when I practice, of course, I like to use the magic paper because it's dried in the air and easy to use. And now I'm demoing this in case it's dry too fast, disappeared. So I'm using the real ink to do it. Okay, so to wet the brush thoroughly and dip in the ink. Here is the ink. Yeah, and to wet in the ink thoroughly. And then you do this to get extra ink. Otherwise it's too smearing on the paper. The paper normally choose the smooth side. However, some artists, when they do painting, they choose the coarse side, but normally choose the.
Victoria, I can't see what you're doing because I have a bunch of people down the side of my picture. How
okay, the host picture.
The speaker view, you need to select speaker view. There's a toggle button on the upper right corner. You need to select the speaker view.
Also, you can.
I have speaker view.
Can you see? 你去看这里，这边会出去。我看 somehow. Let me move it a little bit.
Okay, now it's whole paper.
I can move it here. Okay, here. Is that okay?
If you move to your left, it's better.
Okay, now whole paper is in the screen, right? Okay. The camera is here.
Yeah, you have to get used to this. You can sit down and do it on this side.
Okay, here like a goldfish fins here. This is a character for gold. And the second character for fish. Can you see? Yes. Four dots, but with some directions. So fish, so lots of water. So 4 dots indicated the water drop. This is a standard style for characters, gold, fish. So most standard style is the like a stroke by stroke, individually, very clear. And now I'm writing the walking style. It's for gold. See, more connected from the among the strokes, but still can tell. And the same orders for the stroke. Gold, fish. See, the water drops connected. And the cursive style, also called the running style. That's changed. Very more connected, and even the like several 1 to 2 strokes become one stroke. That's good. Or something a little bit. Yeah, like that. That's gold. Running style, cursive style. And for the fish, see the 4 dots water become just one stroke. Some people do even dash stroke, like that. So standard style, stroke by stroke, and walking style, faster for recording something, or when you do the notes, so more connected, but still can tell. And running style, also cursive, it's called a running style. For those even like the different order of the strokes, and the stroke are more connected, even a few strokes together become like a one stroke. And of course, lots of techniques I will explain and step by step to show the students in my calligraphy stroke for the calligraphy stroke, and what's the techniques transferable to the painting, like Henry just did explain, like in the calligraphy we hold brush like that. Why? So we can control the brush only tip, or you press for the half bristle used, or the 75 press for the bigger stroke, and even get this kind of like the goldfish fin. Like what I do is like that. See, press a lot, and then lean a line and twist my brush. See that? This kind. Or it do like this side, only stroke, press a lot. See, and then lift, lean along this side to keep this. So this all like this kind of stroke, this stroke. Yeah, for this one, I practice only this stroke for like the whole summer break when I was in my elementary school. Anyway, that's lots of things, but it's fun to practice it and to learn lots of skills of the brush control. And also, I think I heard Susan talked about for the characters from the sheep, learned from the shipping. And also, I read the book recently, like the one artist, anyway, he talked about So totally accept this theory principles. So you don't have to learn the language, learn the characters for practicing the calligraphy. You can learn this as a picture, as an image. So how do I, so after the stroke, the skills, how do I know the character is beautiful or not beautiful? Besides the order of the strokes get correct. And also by natural, you can see like there's some space here, space, you know, not even, but very balanced, you know, not only from the stroke, the positive part, the yang part, also the in part, the background part. So naturally, you will know. Look, see, not totally. Some places are very squeezed, very narrow, and some places are very empty. So you will by natural, you will know like a whole paper how to divide it, use the stroke. So you don't have to learn the language, the character that seriously. You still can enjoy the beautiful of the calligraphy, and also just think, consider it as a picture of or image. Okay, that's how much I'm going to talk, and I demoed these characters, goldfish, in Harry's painting class. And for more practicing and the demo, I will do in my calligraphy class. Okay, I will pass this to Henry. Henry. Yes.
Thank you, Victoria.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Okay. This paper is bamboo paper that she used. It's the cheapest paper, one of kind of cheap paper for calligraphy practice. You can also use it for like classical landscape or something. It's very nice tanned paper, semi-absorbent. It has a rough texture. Very. I like this paper a lot when I practice. I use it even for some final work. You know. Let me introduce you this best paper, the Red Star Shun. I did find my, okay, let me finish this before I do other things. I did find my pool function in Victoria's co-host computer, so we can do some polls as to what to paint next. So I'm going to finish this goldfish before we select other things to do today. Okay. So I had a question from someone in the chat room about the stroke, that long continuous stroke from body to the tail. I would say if you can do it in one stroke, do it in 2 separate strokes. It's okay, right? That's just. I will suggest you, if you use paper like me, you know, you use some charcoal or pencil, or just use your fingernail to draw some map. Let's see, where is it? Still wet. My design is still wet. Anyway, so I will draw this this 2 fish right here. You don't have to draw exactly the stroke. I know I'm not going to stay in the boundaries, but just maybe just the curved line somehow, and then a big oval shape, and just make sure the head is in front of that. So you don't start from the tip of the mouth. You start right like the back, behind the head, right? Something like that. And so I'll just use the leftover ink here, and I will use a little saucer to show you how to load the brush. So I got some water and some a touch of ink. In this case, I don't need much gradation, but some variation in the tone is okay. So I got some light. Make sure I have like a 2% ink all the way to my brush. So if I press all the way down, I still have it. If you don't have that ink in the bottom, in the heel, when it's dry, it will be nothing, right? So I want to make a little bit gradation, maybe but not too much gradation. I think it's a good idea to contrast between the two fish, one white fish, so to speak, one black fish, but we cannot use white, so we use the very light ink, make it feel like transparent. So the ink will dry lighter. So we want to use a little bit darker, yet a little bit darker, maybe not too dark. So it's all based on experience as to what it looks like on the palette, on the paper, and then when it's dry. So the first stroke, it moves like that to the upper right, and then kind of lower left. So it's a little bit. Can you see my wrist movement? Let me make sure I can show that. You can see my full wrist, right?
No, not really. You're kind of off the screen to the right there. If you can move to the left a little bit, we can see your wrist.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, this camera has autofocus. I don't know how to turn it off, but sometimes blur, but it will come back.
So your wrist is off the paper, off the screen again.
Okay.
Now you're completely off the screen.
Can everybody see my red shirt?
No, you're going the wrong way. Other direction. We see less of you now.
Move to your left.
Yeah, let me just focus on my hand without a face at this point. Okay, let me see. Is this better? Now you can see my full table without the characters. Now you can see, all right?
No, I cannot see your right hand.
Let me mute everybody again. I think you have to unmute yourself. When people speak only, you can see me in large picture. Make sure you are in speaker view so you can see my hands. All right.
I am in speaker
That's
view.
perfect for
I
me.
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens showing up on the right-hand side that I don't know how to get rid of.
Minimize them. Minimize them like you would in a computer. At the top of them, there's a little thing you can minimize.
Yeah, there's a minus or like.
Correct. Yeah. And they go completely.
I don't have that.
It will be at the top.
I don't have that. I have unmute and 3 dots. When I expand the 3 dots, well, now.
Okay, you go back to gallery view and then just double click on speaker window again. Maybe that will solve the problem. Go back to gallery view and then toggle back.
No, go ahead. I don't want to hold up the class.
Yeah, just try to experiment. It won't hurt at least. Okay, so I'm going to do this challenge, one stroke because I'm going to paint slow, so I would remember he had this blotting paper. I use a cotton paper towel. These are real commodities these days. I better use save it. So I use this same kind of paper as the painting. It's a West painting, like the landscape painting. I made it to a paper towel. So actually, the absorbency and texture is the same as the this paper. So it's not too absorbent, like the paper towel or tissue may be too absorbent. So just use rice paper. So everybody has to have this in hand. Make sure if you do ink painting, it will smear. Otherwise, you know, like so I can do slowly. Oh, I know it's kind of smearing. Oh, stop. That's it. Yeah. My tone is a little bit to the light side, I know. So it's kind of hard to remix. The best way is to keep going, so there's no change in gradation, sudden change in gradation. But if you experience, you can do anything you want. So if you wait longer, the gap between the two strokes will be wider. So if you keep working, the gap between strokes, it will be narrow. There's no way to get rid of the watermark that separates the two. You will see that. This is the red star shun. It has this characteristic, like the same paper Master Wu used. This is red star shun, the best. I just want to demo this the best. Maybe he did this first, right? Anyway, so I'm going to add the things. Now I save this brush and I'll use this one, the small one. It's opening that. I know that somewhere in the, oh, here. I got this vermilion from the dried tip. I put a sponge with water in it to keep it moisture, but still maybe it's not ready. Let me just use this Japanese, but this is not vermilion, so you have to mix a little bit yellow to get orange color. I think maybe we just use a little more water. So dried paints could be recycled. Here is the tip. You can open the tip and then you can. I should put more water before the class to soak it, but it should okay, I think. And you can have a little color change, just like I add this primary red, what is called scarlet, something like that. So I just start from the top, the mouth, and then just because the brush is small, so even if it's smear, you can still control that. That's the tip I got from watching this video. You have to see how they solve the problems. Don't complain, the paper is too smeared. I can see the smearing, but this paper, I mean this paint, this mineral paint won't go with the water. You can see a big smear, but because this is mineral, vermilion paint is an opaque mineral color. The particle is very coarse, so it will not go with the water. Even the stroke smear, I don't mind, I just let it go. So that's the crown. I think it should be a little longer.
What you're doing.
And then add a little lip. You can leave a white line in between. You can also have this a little darker on this side, I think. So concentration and disperse is the idea. So this is more concentrated, more saturated or concentrated, right? And you can do this if you want to stop that smear. But you can see some smear, I don't really care. The water just run, but without, I think there's a back thing here. Too dark. When it's too dark, you can blot to make it lighter. But that's how far I can go. Not completely change it, but it's better. Okay, and then I use a little rouge mixed with that remaining color to dot the eye. I think it's not dark enough. So mix the rouge with the red. This side is a little smaller. So that's my, so if you mimic a grandmaster, you become a mid-master. If you mimic me, you will become little master. That's why I show you the, the original master's piece. Of course, you can see it. Even you copy some masters, it's impossible. Even the master himself cannot copy his own work. So copy is not a taboo, a no-no in Chinese painting, but it's a way of transmit the traditions. Oops, I know what I'm doing. I try to create some kind of shadow here. Give a three-dimensional feel, maybe. So this is the first one. Now the black dragon-eyed one. So I used not pure ink, but quite dark. As you know, Sumi painting is a ink painting, right? Sumi ink and water is the full name of this kind of art. 水墨 or Sumi water, what's the Sumi boku? Sumi is an ink painting, but they do include some color like this, right? I didn't really prepare that kind of overlapping thing, so I will paint the fish right on this side, maybe a little bit here, like chasing the girl. So one larger, one smaller, indicates a little perspective. So you can separate the body from the tail. You don't have to do it in one stroke at the beginning, but make sure you keep that movement in mind, like that. I feel I'm turning when I paint, my body kind of move it with it. I kind of against the water current or something like that. So I'm a swimmer, by the way. I can feel the fish swim when I paint fish. Darker here. Now, and then the protruded the eye. Okay. So not perfect, but you cannot fix anything on this kind of paper. This is the idea. Again, if you copy Wu Zuoren's painting, you'll get even better. Don't copy my mistakes, if any there. just copy his. I can dot a little bit dark, indicate to the eye. Now you can do your signature or write the name of the title. So let me write something. In Chinese, 金鱼 means gold fish, right? Same as English. But yu also sounds like yu or jade. So if we have lots of fish in the pool, we say it's 金鱼满塘, or it's like a pool of wealth, jade and gold. That's the idea of the goldfish. Okay, someone may ask where to put the signature or something like that, signature or inscription. I would say usually, you go with the composition, and sometimes you go with the mistakes. Like I got some fingerprints there I want to cover, and I just do that, cover it with my signature title. And you can also do it here. Maybe I use a stamp to cover that spot. So I'll write, I think compositional wise, you should do it here. And if you're not sure where to put, here's the advice. Use a piece of paper, a card, or a note card, or piece of computer paper, doesn't matter, and put your signature and date sometimes. I'll just do with a signature. Okay, my name. And the seal. Oh, I got the seal here. Even better, you can have the signature and the seal separated. So you can put the seal here. Just can you see it? Does it look good? Yeah. I can have a diagonal corner seal there, or side seal to balance it. I can sign here, but this would be too empty. I cannot put a seal here because we don't have a balance feet seal. We have what we call balance foot seal. If this signature goes there, I should have this. Okay, here's all my seals available. Some of them are out of date because they mark an event, like my 50th birthday seal. And for this one, I think it could be. You can use I can use my studio seal, or I like this one. It's a coincident party seal, but this might be too small for the corner. On the corner, we usually use a square seal. I got an image seal. This is a Cappy seal. Remembrance of a Cappy my dog. So maybe I just use that. Okay. So you can put the seal on this corner and the signature on this side, not on the corner. I think it's very rare that we have signature on the upper corners. You can do that, but usually not very good idea right on the corner, right? It could be a little lower like that, on this side. And then this just. So on this painting is endless options. Basically, you just look at this red spots and this red, the triangles between this, and this. You get the idea? So you can play with this with some. Let me just make a stamp on this one so we can see what it looks like. So there's no certain rule, but triangle, if you have, like a 3 red spots in this painting, it's a very obvious pattern. You want to keep in mind. Let me see. So we have a, oh, this is a, this also has to do with the kind of style. This is very light. It's some, like, I have this seal is an ancestor hometown name seal. My father's hometown. A piece of paper. You can put all the seals on the same paper and then cut it. Maybe that's easier way to go. So just, this is too dry, I think. This is how I do it. Just tap gently. Like that. This is better. I think this one will work. I still don't like that stain, but you know, we can put another seal there. Maybe a longevity seal or you know, something. We call it visual seal. Any saying ideas. Okay, let's do that. Are you painting along with me? Have you finished the 2 fish? I would give you a chance to show later when I'm done. This place, I have to use this larger one. Great. Okay. This is my painting seal. Just says the Xiaohui painting seal. It's done by a master in my hometown. And so I also choose different styles, like a yin and yang style. So, you know, the more variation you have, the better. This could be a khaki seal, but yeah, we can put the khaki seal on. This one is kind of light. I think it's maybe better because I have a heavy one on that side. Maybe you don't want to too heavy. So this is my pet khaki seal. I love khaki seal. That marks like a year. So when you get this painting, you know it's after a certain year of that event. Yeah. This is Cappy's name and heart. And I can also put another seal. So this will kind of frame the qi, the movement. It guides you, your eye back to the center of interest. I think it's not a good idea to put on this corner, so you can go a little lower. Just, I may destroy the composition, but just let you see. You might see, you know, I see a lot of the seal just put it, okay, that's a mistake. So make sure the orientation is not wrong. So I didn't check carefully. That's upside down a little bit, but I mean, it's upside down. I cannot really flip it. But in dry mounting, I can cut it I cut a square flip it and then dry mount it. That's a little bit tricky if I really want to fix that. It's upside down, but it says longevity. Longevity. Okay. You still have the option to do like those grass, seaweeds kind of thing, but you need to wait it dry completely so you can paint behind. I think if you just like the overlapping thing, it was maybe it's okay. Just see what happens. With this paper, you would keep the original strokes still. So I use very light green, maybe a little rouge. I think the master usually paints something like water lily. By the way, they're blooming soon in my garden. So we just paint a water lily leaf, something like that. Any question?
Yeah, somebody asked for some seaweed.
Oh, seaweed. Yeah, yeah, seaweed.
In the combination.
Yeah. Okay. So I just did this is suggest the surface of the water, and then just a little. I don't want to use red. Maybe a little pink is fine. Just a little bud. Let me finish this first, and then you worry about other things. So just a little young. Oops. I'm doing watercolor more these days, using colors. Got the center of the leaf. A little overlapping is interesting, you know. So if you do the seaweed, you can do just like a very soft, gentle, curvy pattern, like almost like how you would draw the pine needles, but not too straight. Keep it flow, keep it the water in mind, you know, just like a very just some kind of green gray to mute it. I don't want to use pure, just maybe a little, just like a indigo with the ink. Okay. It's not too green. I don't want to compete with that. Yeah, let's just with a little bit green. I'm very sensitive to color these days after I studied Western art. So that's a change in style. It would be after I studied 2 years of watercolor, I know better about colors, harmonies, cool and warm, that kind of thing. So I painted loosely with water, current, you know, in mind, like how the grass would turn with that swimming fish, stir up by the swimming fish, something like that. And you can paint some line and then wash before it dries, so it will blend in a little bit. You can paint wet in wet. Also, just don't paint the whole paper with water like blue. That's not Chinese way to do it. You can, yeah, just suggest it a little bit. So when I do this, I'm more worried about the shape of this cluster, not the individual strokes. You know, like the dense and the large group, a small group, something like that. So I don't really worry about individual strokes. And just kind of, you don't want to have other focus in this area. I want to soften it. This we are already overdone. So everything is a composition. When you change something, something required to balance it. You know, just keep an eye on the whole. You will see it. Just like play chess. You know, the whole board needs to be considered. The whole check and balance. You know, that kind of thing is very important. Not the individual. You will know where to put the stroke as long as you know the composition, every stroke. So you can stop anywhere. A good painting, because when you constantly focus on composition, you can stop right there without anything, you know, it's just like a Badasayan would do, just a wind fish without any other thing, background. And then you add that, it's still balanced. Add this, you know, okay, and that, and then you have to balance it. Opening and the closing. When you open something close, you know, when you open something close with the, we call it opening and closing. I will talk about the opening and the closing in landscape. Also, that's a landscape theory. So it's a just like a steel yard, balance, not symmetrical, diagonal movement. Any questions? Let me go to my other computer to conduct a poll. Okay, if you look at your computer, are you seeing a pool questionnaires? As I need to check on the progress. Okay, if you want to share painting for critique, or you can go to the online class. Okay, so we're not going to have much time to critique you. I will go on to the next survey. Let me see the result. Okay, according to the results of the poll, 75% people think it's too slow. So I'm going to speed up. But next, I'm going to let you decide what to do. My intention was to do rapid. Maybe we are out of time, but I can do a quick one without following up. I mean, without painting along. And then we'll do landscape step by step or something like that. Let me know, what do you think? What kind of subject matter you want to paint today? I also have to take care of some minority needs, to balance. But I would need to get a democratic pool first before I dictate what to do.
Landscape first,
Oh, landscape first.
and then rabbits and birds.
Okay, landscape first. Okay, that's good idea. Landscape painting, we can make we need sometimes stop in between. So I will, when I wait something to dry, I will do other. So that's a good idea.
Or blue and green landscape.
Blue and green landscape is the option. I'm going to use the single ma or hemp paper, or you can use mulberry paper for landscape. I just fold it like that without cutting. Sometimes it's just easier. And I have some ideas like a waterfall. So basically, I would do a waterfall landscape. It's both my from my class number 4 and some images I saw in the reference I got from the participant. Also, I had planned to do cherry blossoms from Japan, but she's not here, so I'm not going to do it today. Maybe next time. So first of all, I need to draw some control lines. I can use fingernail to draw a like a foreground rock, and then the waterfall. This is the lesson 4 in my class, waterfall. You can shift the sides to make some variation. You can make the foreground in this corner. Maybe we just do that. So you can make the foreground lower, just make the floor really high. So I would do a painting. I think someone sent me a waterfall painting from New Zealand. I think I posted in the web discussion forum. With the landscape, we do the outline first, and then we would do ink shading. Then the color washes, okay? For outline, I think we should use a stiff brush. Usually just, when I put a stain, I'm committed to this corner. Otherwise, I keep wondering. This is not intended, just the subconscious. We go with subconscious sometimes. So it's so I create a platform for a poet or meditator or the artist himself, no matter what. And then cliff in front of that. With the green and the blue, classically we draw, like a outline. The pouring technique is really late development by Zhang Naqian. He was grandmaster of pouring ink. And green and blue pouring ink, it's contemporary. I think it's too modern. So we don't use that. and I can put some rock at the foot of this. Chinese landscape is like building a miniature bonsai. The most important thing is, the characteristic is from the Western or the photography work is the proportion. You need to make sure the figure in the landscape or the tree in landscape is in proportion to the mountain. So you don't paint a big giant tree blocking the views. That's what we call the illusion. The perspective is an illusion. So we don't really do that. We need to keep everything in the universal scale. So people is smaller than a house, then a tree. Tree is smaller than the hill or the rock, right? Another thing is the ink gradation. You want to make sure that it's dark and more detailed in the foreground, and I think everybody knows that. Right? So I'm doing a pine tree. The pine tree has a character. It's with very kind of nice flat crown. Especially Huangshan, the master Zhang Naiqian's Huangshan school. They have this school called the Huangshan School, inspired by the famous Yellow Mountain in China. So this kind of tree, it's not the straight. You can also do something straight, but it would be minor than this characteristic. So that leads the eye kind of down to this area where the meditator is. And we can also do some simplified pine trees like that. This is more like American pine trees. But as you can see, I try to do it more the classical way. So if you have time, you can draw this little pine needles. I just draw a few to implicate that. I don't have time to do all. So that's I left a little gap. I assume that person would be sitting or standing there in this on this platform. You can dot a little bushes and something like that. So I'm using red whisker brush, red whisker landscape brush in the 5 basic. Or you can buy separately from Blue Hanging Arts. To paint the waterfall, I need to paint the rock, not the fall directly, but I need to make sure that the fall is safe. So I can do 2 falls. I will put this rock in between to separate that. And you keep the white in mind when you do the black. All right, that's my focus. It's kind of dark. Blotting paper. Or you can add a little water and then block. But make sure it's not going to bleed. Not too much. Don't do that. Actually, when I do the water, I prefer dry brush because it's more controlled with the water. I will do that later. But let me finish this 2 sides. I can have the mountain. I think if I stand here, this is near, this is far. So this side is a little closer, I think. I'm doing the composition right now. I don't have a composition. I just got some idea. So I can start light if I'm not sure what I'm doing. Right. As you can see, I don't reload my brush. I just find the proper place to use the brush until it's exhausted. So I'm supposed to start from here and finish here, and then I reload according to the next the dark area, maybe on this side or that side. Then I will keep, so I don't really paint every stroke to go back to the palette. I just keep going. So I try to combine contemporary and modern styles. The traditional way is to do the outline straight without any shading. But you can also do the shading first in these days to get atmosphere. Then you do the darks. Okay, now I try to decide. I think the curve goes this way. So I may turn the paper like that. So I want to indicate a little bit kind of way. So just like dry and wet light ink. So this step we don't really try to go too detailed. Just try to set the composition. Is more important. It's still, you know, composition in mind. So you leave a lot of detail and painting. Just concentrate on the whole picture. If you step back and then, or standing up, you'll see the whole picture better. So I'm adding another minor tree just to fill in a blank and create some depth between these two layers. Okay. Because we're using what we call the blue and the white, so I need to leave a lot of the surface. And here is another technique I would mention with blue and white. Usually, I mean blue and green landscape. They use this kind of stroke, what we call the X cut. So you hold the brush sideways and then just kind of like cutting wood with a X cut strokes. Notice this stroke would be a little harder and rough than the water stroke. So in some part we just painted it like this contrast is very important to get water white. We don't use any white paints for the water. We just paint the rock in black. It will squeeze out the shape of that. Waterfall is a very classical subject matter. Always destination of my hiking trips. You know, I love waterfalls. We have lots of falls in this around here. So just make sure the bottom of the waterfall is soft and because they're mist, you know. Maybe sometimes when you see the real, you know, the stream, that we usually omit that. I do have a little suggestion of the stream in the very near ground up here, so I will do a little bit wave, maybe just it's not like an ocean wave. Maybe I'll just a suggestion, although you don't have to do it, just a little suggestion of the eye level or the water level here. I think it's better just leave it out without, you can use the color without ink for this to indicate that. So let me see what I'm doing. Another important concept in rock formation is called this character. In Chinese we wrote qiu, like hills. So it suggests that rock has 3 dimensions. You divide a space with 2, something like that. It could be rounded, like covered with soil, or more squarish, but more or less it's like that. We call this dividing knob, or what we call the nose of rocks, like in a face, some kind of illusion in Chinese painting is always helpful. Just you think mountains with a face. Is that normal? We have like a ghost face rock or something like that, right? So this is the nose of some. It's not like a person's nose, but this is the center of the maybe concentration of the wrinkles that starts to divide different dimensions, that kind of thing. And you see that in classical paintings always. So they will start from where the rock split, or the mountain could be. So one low, one high creates some kind of elevation, sense of elevation. And I use very diluted dry brush to prepare for the mist, but not any mist yet. Dry brush is important in the mist painting. You need to have this, not just paint on the blank paper. So this gives more body texture underpainting to the mist mountain. And I would do this distant mountain with some clouds, maybe on top, or maybe here's the most difficult part of waterfall. People always paint the curve above that. Actually, you're looking at the bottom, so you don't really see something beyond this level, I think. So we need to, but we also have the idea of bird's eye view. So you in Chinese brush painting, we're not limited by the horizon or eye level. We move eye level up. So it's called high perspective, or what we call multiple viewpoint perspective. You move up, it's a higher perspective, or you move from left to right, it's like a scroll. It's a horizontal perspective. So you move the eye, so you could paint something behind this rock. That's how I will do it, or indicate some high level falls. So again, I'll paint negatively. So if I draw something, I usually paint Y-shaped, or yeah, and make a turn like that, something like that. Good. I just suggestively into that. It will be in the mist. Suggestively, and after fall, you can wash this area is a little far, so just a little grayer, but very light. You can use color. I just use water to squeeze out this water mouth. We call it water mouth in the front. gray down the. I don't think we would indicate the top. There could be some trees. You can do some wet in wet, but not very dark. Just give a suggestion, and you can add some more bushes. The bushes usually covers complete, some areas you don't like. You just keep the good wrinkles, just cover up some unwanted part. I'll add some vegetation a little later after this dry, maybe. When I add vegetation, I also, squeeze. The idea is squeeze out describe the rock top, the light, so you separate the two layers. Okay. There's usually some moss around the waterfall is darker, but then also on top there should be some trees in the mist. You add some trunk to make those dots standing. But at this point, I don't know how to do that. Maybe it's too wet to add this, but it's more like misty mountain, not the blue and the white. But I will combine the two. So at this point, I think we're kind of getting a little away in the background. So there's might be too dark, but since the opaque color could cover a little bit, so you might mute a little bit. And in the meantime, I will make this part a little darker. So this part may need 5 layers to get the darkness I need. So I add with split brush like that. I can easily add another dark. It should be concentrated on this front. This is still a back and front relationship there. So that's my ink painting step. Ink, what we call the outline and the shaping or shading. We don't use the word shading. I think it's shaping, surface texture, and mass of the rock, and with trees, something like that. And I will do this figure right now with this small brush. I will just add a point and dot his face in little brown. I just got from the fish painting. Now if you can see, I just dot it, and I just use a little gray. Just sending, you can put a little hair there. Well, you can look for this kind of figure in the mustard seed garden. I mean, I'm not going to paint the shadow, but it will be fun to see what happens. Just put a little shadow, watercolor. Okay, we need to wait it dry. At this time, let me see. I can do. Another object. What was the choice? I think we need to do birds or rabbit. Rabbit, right? Let me do a quick rabbit while we wait this to dry. You can keep working on your landscape. If you're interested in rabbit, you stop for 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes. So I'll do the rabbit. For the rabbit painting, we start from the ear. Again, like we said, we draw this something like this, a big circle and a small circle for the head, and this ear is the most important part. So this banana shaped ear, maybe too big. I'll just keep it small. And big body. I make it abstract, concentrate on the face maybe. So what we do is we use this, oops, pencil. We use vermilion and some red. I mix with a little ink to mute it. So it's not too red. And then some more ink to the tip of the brush. A soft brush or combination brush will work. And I use a little ink to the tip without blending. And here's what I do. This ear, like a banana, right? So just the side brush keep the gradation like that. Okay. Not much ink, I realize that. So make up the ink, make the ink a little stronger. Overlapping a little bit, just let it blend in. Some more dark. Dark ink tend to bleed less too. So this is the front ear. Just you can clean the red by adding a little more dark. The other side. Yeah, that's the back ear, and then continue to the face. Just keep that big eye white shape. Just paint around it, around the eye, gradually close to the eye. Okay, and then the other side of the face. This is the Dutch bunny. Okay. And dry the brush. Now you can make the brush tip a little like a chisel, and then it has a wide side and a narrow side. I use the narrow side to do the nose. The nose is like a big long curve, right under the eye. You can draw like a curve, and then little short slant indicates the nose. And nose hole just suggestion. And then a very quick sweeping stroke for the mouth. A curve like that. Okay, this is a side view. I don't have to draw that the other side. And you can add a little puffy. Well, you can maybe suggest a little bit. Here's the mouth split, but we don't really see that. Okay, and go back. Okay, I think we need to wait this to dry, so we keep going with the body. The body is this is the ear. So there's a white between that. You can have sitting. With dry brush, you can draw this. Very suggestively. And the rear with a little short tail, rear leg. You don't have to draw the rear leg. It's hidden under the belly, something like that. With a hint of the bone joint there, and then let's see. Actually, this is behind. So I use almost like a sketch. At this point, I just use it like a pencil, you know, because I don't use pencil, so I just draw with the dry light ink. That's my. So I just map a little bit where the dark will be. Okay, now I have to get more ink. Use a giant brush. That's the whole point of using this paper, because you want to get furry effect with lots of water And let me show you what I do. That's what soak the brush so it's very wet, and then just get dark ink, dark gray, and then little dark without blending. But lots of water in the brush, it will lighten it. And just go with a soft on the top. That will create a furry edge. And without lifting the brush, when you lift the brush, there will be watermark. Unless you want to indicate some bone or something, just to keep rolling on the brush. Just and add a little dark mark. So see, wet, dry, light, dark is all just like automatically. That's about it. And then go back to the face with a smaller brush. Let me just use this brush, detail brush. We used it for the fish head. Remember the small whistle brush? We need to start from the eye. Okay, this is timing game. You have to wait it dry. So let's go back to landscape. But I cannot wait it completely dry. I would let me see. I can use my palm like an iron body temperature to dry it, to make it dry faster. Okay, you can see you take and use maybe second grade dark or third grade dark, not the purest. I can grind the ink to make the ink even darker for the pupil and eyes. That also prevents from bleeding. If you make it really thick paste with the ink stick. Okay, so I'll draw this. Make sure the brush is dry in the heel with a piece of paper towel. So I can maybe just complete that natural shape. And let's see, should I leave some white? Just 1, 2. And leave the highlight. That's very important. Use dark. There's no pupil in the iris. It's all combined. So it's big bead kind of shape. Very dark. Like that. And then just filling. It's looking at me, so I like that white. A little white, maybe too white. And just use dark to. I like that. It looks. Look at the pupil. And you can make the hair a little darker around the eyes to make it pop more. So this is wet infrared. Wet infrared. Just use a small brush so it's not going to lose control the smearing. So use a small brush for control the smearing. Use a dry brush on wet, control smearing. Water management, control smearing is the basic idea. Okay, and then I'll use this same orange color to wash a little shading to the mouth and nose, and some more warm areas like the fruit. So let me just dot this little orange. Could be a little darker. It's in shade. The nose. Okay, and then just some color highlight the ink line. Will be fine. Use dry brush indicates the furs Let's stick here. Okay, for the whisker, you can use the whisker brush, right? We have a small brush. You can also use the chisel side of this brush, this soft brush. I use a, I think this is the peony brush. So this is a very flexible brush. You can use this, the narrow side of this chisel brush to do the whiskers. So one brush can do all if you want. And also, I think there are some eyebrows. I think that's it. So that's my bunny, Dutch bunny. I'm not sure about this part. Does it look okay? I think it's okay. This is white separation. I like it. It's Mr. Bunny, very seasonal. So I can get some orange into the eye later if I need, but you have to wait it dry. So now let's go back to landscape. Move this aside. I was using the rice paper. This is the hemp paper. Hemp paper. Okay. Too dark, but opaque color maybe will make it lighter. So it's now almost dry. I'm going to wet the whole thing. That's very important in Chinese, in landscape painting. Let me take that layer. We got 2 layers. I need to cut it off. Otherwise, you cannot really see. It's wet, so I just use my scissors to cut. Okay. This ink, you need to wet it dry, not it's dry completely, otherwise it will blur. This area is still not too dry. I will avoid that. Let me just wet the whole thing. I'm using this giant go-to brush or killer brush called the Zhang Daqian 2 Picasso brush. It's made of ox ear hair. Zhang Daqian found in ranch in Brazil where he lived. He collected soft kind of ox hair. I made 50 of them, sending to his friend, including Picasso. One of the students in China got it, and Xie Zhili, I think in Shanghai, reproduced it, so it became famous high-level, professional level brush. So I'm going to just wet the whole thing. I don't mind it gets smeared or something. But what about here? Here's also, a very important tip for students who's not familiar with this paper. If you want to keep this white, the most important thing is to keep it wet. You understand? Because the water goes to where it's dry. If I keep painting this area, what happens is it will invade the waterfall and make it colored. So if I keep the water here with with waterfall wet with clean water during this whole process, it will stay clean and white. Understand? So I put lots of water, clean water here to keep it from other colors around it. So yeah, just make sure you, like this area, if I want it to be clouds or mist, I just wet with water. So where the white is, where the water, clean water is. And they actually serve as a reservoir, the source of water. You can let the water blend into the tree, the rock from outside. So you don't have to, wet the trees actually, but you do have to wet where you want to keep it light, white. Okay. Let me just wet the whole picture. So this gives you a even look. I mean, otherwise you don't see the same, the color appeared in the same way. So if you have partially wet, partially dry, you cannot do this. This gives me an overall even value or color to start with, whatever you call it. So I can see better just with wet. Now I'm using light ink. You can add some, yellow to tone it, to make it more or less, greenish, because yellow adds to ink, make it a little green. You don't have to add any blue. So for this, like a vegetation, I would do that. Or maybe starting from here, so more yellow, more blue in the background. So you can wash the trees with some kind of yellowish ink. Now I just use whatever left here to make it warm gray kind of. I think I got some orange color there. Just use one brush is enough. So you can do some shading, leave the highlight, just blocking the shape, mass. But at this point, it's time to create the shape of the clouds, if any. But mist is a different story. The mist is not, it's shapeless, formless, no form. Mist is just the moisture in the tree, in the rock itself. So it's not something you can describe with shape. Unlike the clouds in the distance, there's a horizon there I put with clouds already. That's make a little slope there. Okay, very light ink. This is like a value painting, right? We call it in value study in watercolor terminology. So no color is necessary. Actually, you can just use this ink, this pure ink. But I do have little color just to make the ink not just that gray. You can have little tone, tinge to it. Just little warm maybe. We will do that later with like here I'm doing. Next we'll use some. Again, we need to wet it dry, I think, before we continue. I got some orange color. You can use the amber. I just use vermilion. Sometimes vermilion and blue looks better amber than amber, because amber is kind of a dull color. So if you mix your own brown, it's nice. Amber is a good color to prepare for, not good color, it's required for green and blue, which come later. So at this point, I just add some. I think I don't wait till it's dry. I just keep doing this. So this is what we call transparent wash. Use light, very transparent colors, not covering anything. Just create a light transparent effect as preparation for the mineral colors. In traditional painting, they use amber as base color for green, mineral green and blue. That's what I'm trying to do. I use vermilion with ink. Similarly, just maybe not put anything warm in the distance. That would, recede that layer without any amber. Amber would make the ground near you, so it's more warm here, I think. So you can add maybe even more, but I think it's fine. So this is amber. I can also put some, let's just use this Japanese color here. Some green. Oh, this is this is black. Okay, I think this is like indigo and yellow. Well, we don't have the. Well, this is dark. So just any kind of jungle blue, sap green, that kind of thing for this tree. I think it's too yellow here. I added too much yellow to the. It should be blue, dark blue for the distant pine. I mean for the foreground pine. And I'll also add some. Okay, I try to make it an emergency situation so to show you what I would do if unwanted blurring happens. If I keep doing this, it might start to move into the waterfall. So you need to have a clean brush in hand. You can keep that area clean. I'll just use another landscape brush to do this. I just put it in clean water. So I occasionally, but if you add a lot of water, what happens is the water will push the color, that direction outside, make another smear. So you don't want to overdo it unless you want to create that kind of like lighting, even some kind of beaming light. You can put the water there and then just put like something and let the water run into the direction you like. So that will create some kind of lightning spins. Anyway, just something I try to create, happy accident or accident I not really control, but expect it could happen, that kind of water movements, water movements, direction of water. All right. So this is what we call the indigo and the amber. This is another style. If we stop here, there are a lot of artists who just like to do. I think in watercolor we also have this ultramarine and what that color, the burnt sienna, or ochre. Okay, burnt sienna and ultramarine makes gray, right? That kind of, so it's almost like it's a limited palette kind of watercolor. It's very classical. I like it. I used to do that. So it's like monochrome painting. but this is not just limited to cool and warm. You can complete the painting without any other colors. You know, to make it more dramatic, we'll see what we can do after this dries to do some other experiment. So I will try to make some light. So I maybe use some cool yellow, lemon yellow with this, but not too yellow. Then we'll make it feel like too close. But I think this middle ground is still okay. Just create some kind of light. So we start to use some transparent green instead of just the indigo and the ink. You can add some transparent green there. You know, just a little bit. Oh, here is the important part. For this highlight rock, I need to have this green, transparent green on the front as preparation for the opaque color will apply on the other side of the paper. So this is transparent green on the front, opaque on the back will create that classical look. So we don't blend all the paints together, we layer them and we combine them in different steps of process. So that's the idea. You can also apply amber on the back if you don't want to cover the ink. You know, you can put amber right here to make it really warm, just a little bit more. And somehow I need to balance a little bit on this side. Tip it there. So because this is on the back, it will be very subtle on the front. Even I painted, I cannot exaggerate that so you can see. Maybe you don't need to apply this thick, but it will dry lighter, much lighter because this is on the back. When the paper dries, it will be even more subtle. Yeah, you can still add blue to kind of mute it. It's kind of interesting, like this. So amber plus indigo is great. Just a little bit cool on the shady part, you know, warm on the yang side. We don't use the term like a shadow. We use yin and yang, the light and dark balance. All right. Oh, we need to do a bird. Let me see. We got 20 minutes left. I can use the hair dryer to finish this, but I need to get it naturally dry. Because we rested sometime in the beginning, I'll make it up. And in the end of the session, I will broadcast the documentary we did in the beginning. I don't have copyright to put it on YouTube, I think, but I can just share with you while we watch together. Zhan Nai Chen's Life and Art. It's called the Adobe of Illusion, about 1 hour long. So I will start broadcasting after we finish. So you still have something to work on. And I'll be here even after that. If you have time, you can stay longer. No problem. So I will do the birds. Here's the rabbit. That if you want to review what's that, you can put a little bit color into the ear. I mean the eye. to make it. Is that? Yeah, I like that. So let's rub it. I don't have time to do like a carrots or something. On the other leg, you can just put a little bit suggestion. Maybe she's eating a carrot. Again, this is what we call the lost and found line. Void and solid. So you never do something like a dead outline in this kind of painting. It's good to just to do it in lost and found, not lost and found style. And then just and wash. Oops. Everything's black. Everything's black here. Let's see. Yeah, just leave a lot of unpainted space. Okay. Let's rub it. And for the birds, if you're interested in birds, you might want to stop what you're doing, and I'll give you time to do that later. Watch me here. The size of the bird versus the branch or the flower is a real life size. I would always make it to like a life size. My hummingbird is kind of small. Let me pull that in. I think the hummingbird is still there. Which there? Oh, they're gone. Hummingbird is very small.
Henry, if we have enough time, could you teach us how to do a peacock?
Peacock. Oh, that's too long. That will take too long.
Yeah.
Well, I have a class in the online class. I have 59 class, including a dedicated 2 disc for two video disc for Peacock. So you
Okay.
can,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do this. What kind of bird? Is a hummingbird okay? Or just any bird? I cannot think about.
Swallow.
Let me just show you how to do in general, maybe some idea like drawings. Well, we can do that on the other papers. I don't have time to do the steps, but I just show you a demo before, I just wait for the landscape to dry. So we do this on the side. So basically, I start from the back of the bird. Whenever, if it's a side back view, hummingbird usually fly. Maybe I do one standing, maybe one flying. So the focal point is always important. I have like this place is silence. I think if you do the flying bird, you should do the flower first. Let's do that. So I have better idea where to put them. So we'll just do a branch, like a peach blossom. I have peach blossom, kind of finch blossom in the garden. Let me just do it here. You can see. I start from this position is a 7, number 6. I think. Okay. Someone asked about the triangle shape of crossing. This is what we call a Chinese character is 女, like woman, if you know the Chinese characters. There's a closed area where you see like 4 lines somehow. making a triangular shape. This is maybe already 4 lines. And that's the idea of making, that you can make another crossing. So this area is another shape. Looking for this kind of, this negative shape. Yeah, that's the idea of plum or peach or cherries. We can also do cherry. They're still blooming in some places in the world, I think. And in all the branch kind of painting, you start from one of the 8 positions. If you don't know what's 8 positions, you check lesson 1 in my class. I have that, or lesson 2, I think. Okay, so I try to make a turn. You can have a supporting branch other than the main one. So this could be a supporting branch. Just goes from the same starting point and then diagonal. Okay, and I leave space for the flowers. That's very important. Okay, and you put some we call the dots to adjust the rhythm. If it's too thin, I add that dots instead of I repeat the stroke. That can add a little weight to that, just balance. And because I added this 2, I need this one to balance it. That's the idea. Okay. Now I use let's see, this calligraphy brush is kind of dirty. This green brush may be working. So if you have a flower with leaves, like a peach or finch, or sometimes cherries, you may do the leaf first. Since I got green in the brush, let me do that. This cherry blossom. We got all the colors on the same load. So I load with some yellow, some blue to get green, and then I touch a little bit red. All right. So some orange color, and this is the leaf for the cherry. It's kind of like that, or peach. Late cherry, still like that. And so always think about the composition, balance, and something like that. It's a little bit there, and some there. I have a project going on with a cherry blossom on a white elephant. Elephant is about life size, 5 feet tall. It's a cherry blossom decorations. I will show you in the YouTube later when I work on that. So I got some orange, just putting some veins when I do this. So if I lift the brush like that, it will be red. If I slant it down, you'll have all the variations. So it's side and the tip brush. I have a movement towards this direction. I try to lead the eye back somehow. So let me see what I can do. So maybe I'll just put a pointer, kind of change of direction, pointing back to the other direction. And remember, there are flowers. So just don't complete. That's advice. Don't complete anything. Leave room for imagination. Right? That's a spring tree. You can, just load colors and let it blend on the paper. I don't use a palette. I just touch this and that a little bit and just do it on the paper. So that's how I got it. And then you could do some stems of cherry with a rouge and red and some green, whatever. We all know cherry, right? With long stems. That's different than plum. It's a little bit opposite of what I usually do. But it's good to try a different approach. Try something new each time. I try to clean this nice calligraphy brush from Victoria. That's nice soft brush. And I use gouache, which is white. Okay, and then some pink color. I think it's carmine. And you can have a little bit warm color, a little bit yellow, maybe a little orange kind of. It's a kind of hot pink cherry blossom. Yeah. Okay, this is the tip. Many people think the petals should be round. I don't worry about that. I just keep it just in a round circle of around the center. That's all I need to do. But sometimes it just with the smear it just turns round. You see this part when it's soft when I begin it's hard. That's okay. You can have some hard edge. Round is kind of soft. So you just follow a sequence, and or you can adjust where to put. When the pens gets light, you put it behind the dark. That's how it works. The idea of painting cherry is like doing somehow like hydrangea, that kind of, but not so round. It's like ball shaped sphere kind of. And sometimes we just do 3 and then add 2 side views instead of doing all 5 petals. Oops, I got blue in it. It's purple. That's a shadow. But you don't want to go too dark like that. So white at the bottom and a little bit pink to the front and a little maybe hot pink, orange color like that. But that's enough in the painting. I think we don't need to repeat the focal point. But this is an echo of that. So just vary a little bit the different tones. I really don't worry about lighting, but you will create a depth, like light is behind the dark. The dark is in the front. It's opposite of watercolor. Most time you think the dark is in the back, and the white in the front. But I think that can also work if you just keep a pattern. People would register whatever you try to make them to believe. So some are behind, so you can see the colors. That. And let me just finish this part. So I have a natural gradation from dark to kind of light here. I add more water instead of white, maybe. For this group, I try to make it more transparent. Oh, there are some, but you need to use dark pink. So there's lots of but.
You have 5 more minutes.
Oh, 5 more minutes left. Okay. Yeah, but I try to make up like 10 minutes we missed on the in the beginning. So if you have something to do, you can leave earlier. Okay, let me just add that. to make it simple, you can just use the same color here on the both the stamen and the calyx. But ideally, you can, because the cherry is very light flower, you don't want to use dark stamen. So maybe it's a good idea to use orange gray kind of, or green orange kind of color to do that. So I waited dry to do, but this is basically what it is for the flowers. And now the hummingbird part. Let me just use whatever I have here to do a belly of the bird. So it's a kind of egg shape with long tail, and that's the hummingbird body. And I will use gray to do the green, dark green. With some mineral color, it's fine. It's a peacock green. So here's the stroke for the head. It's like a dot in the calligraphy. You know, just there's a little tip on that. And they don't have any shoulder. So it's a little triangle. But that's it. And then the tail is very long, like that. It could split with like that, like it swallows. Right. Okay. Now I'll use dry and light, very light, almost like water to prepare this. And you can add more substance to it, but basically just a very light gray, blurred, and you can add another green there. Okay, here's the head. If someone leaving, you're welcome to leave, but only 2 minutes left. Okay, I'll finish this one and then very shortly. So this is the beak, right? For this throat with red, I need to do dark first, and then put opaque mineral colors on it. Either, I think vermilion will do. So this is the hummingbird. You know, the leg should be very small, hiding here. So let me just add some vermilion color there. Vermilion covers the ink. I think let's just do this. Vermilion, like a pastel. Oh, just get on there. Oh, it's not going to work. I wish I could, but you know, you can add it later after it dries. That covers the ink. So whenever you have a dark, I mean, it requires a dark background for all the mineral colors, including the blue and greens. Let me it's wet. I have to use. Okay, here's the painting. I will finish with that green. Okay, maybe we don't need to wait because this color is very thick. When we apply it, we can use. Let me see. I need the softer one. We have several grades of mineral green. Here's the medium one, I think, the medium one. So this just goes very thick on the back side. You'll see. This is the front. This is the back. Okay, let's just do this almost this dark. It's okay. Now, this is a heavy color style, but you can make it more subtle if you like. And just one stroke, I'll finish it all. Okay, just like that. And then a little bit concentration disperse. So that's the concentration. On this side, maybe a little bit disperse. Oops. That's okay. It will cover the ink. That's why we do it on the back. See, if you do it on the front, it will be chalky everywhere. You know, it's like it covers the ink. That's why the reason I do it here is because I want to avoid covering the ink. You can make it more subtle, you know, just like little scrubbers to spread it. And this is the effect. It should look okay. I think. Okay, let me. You can just do it like that so you can see from front. I'm working on the back. Can you see my brush right there next to the waterfalls? I just added a little bit. So yeah, just randomly, so you can see that the green. If I want to add something here, I can add it from behind. So that's where I add. So you can see instantly what I'm doing. Like here, I want to add something. Just let you see. You can turn it this way and then paint like that. If you work large areas, if you just make up a missing spot, you can just put your brush underneath. Do I need to put any color on this water? Maybe a little bit cool color, like green, transparent green. I'm sorry, blue, I think. That maybe mute a little bit with, you don't need to mute, maybe just pure. Very, very light, just like that. Just shade the shading part, and then little bit near the rock, this shady part, and maybe here. That's about it. Just no white. I use that. It's nice and clean. You see some black because it's the stains on the other on the tape on this part. It's white right here. Can you see it? So if you want make it even brighter white, you can put white behind the paper. I won't do, because there's no need for me to do it today for this one. But sometimes I add white, but that's most time is over. Let's do that here to make the distinction between this white on the garment of the scholar or poet. With that, I would add some white, just a hint of white garment on this side, just white paint on this side. Yeah. So that little touch will make this part different than the surroundings. It will pop. Your eye will notice that difference. Very subtle, but that's how we do it. So a little bit, only white I applied is this figure here. Can you see it? Let me make it closer. See? Yeah. Okay. That's my green. But if you want blue, I already have some blue, right? You can add, just let me just make up my blue. So say this is indigo. I mean, this is mineral blue. I add gouache to the sky blue I had. So because now it's opaque, I added gouache to the blue I used for the water. So I just added here on the shady part of the rock, and there, and you can have all the sorts blue there. I just try to exaggerate to show you that you don't have to have both. Green, in most cases, may be enough already. You don't have to add this other color. But green and blue goes together. There's no difference in many cultural, the blue and the green. They are kind of just different greens or different greens. So I won't add any opaque in the distance. You can enhance it if you want to add more color, like you can add a little cooler, make it more bluer, or Yeah. Just. I don't do the sky because traditionally we don't see the sky. It has color. It's just void. Yeah. That's the horizon. All right, that's it. Yeah, I will sign here. Yeah. Any comments and requests? So let me finish this cherry blossom one. I will post the finished painting in the class, online class. So do take the opportunity to sign up for my online class. You'll get 30-day time to finish your homework. If you want to continue, you're more than welcome to renew after 30 days. I wish this is complimentary. It's like in my office hour. In the future, I think the way I do it just with question answers, but I can also conduct new classes like this on different subject matters. So I'm doing some statement. This might be a little challenge for many people. I don't really count them, just the step and the polling. You don't have to. I separate the two with colors. Like I use green or a little bit orange to mute it. To do it's very subtle color. You can draw a circle in the middle. They're very, you don't really notice on the tree, actually. They're very light, the cherry blossom. Cherry blossom, you can even add some opaque to it on the dark. I just did gouache with the green. Any other requests?
What's paper for that landscaping, the waterfall?
Oh, the waterfall is the hemp paper. You like hemp or marb paper? Hemp, single hemp. It's a tanned paper. Very, very good color for landscape. It's natural colors, off-white, not white. Very nice texture and absorbency, roughness of the surface. Perfect for this kind of landscape. Yeah, this is the small whistle brush I'm using for this. And then, okay, let me finish this part. I'm going to have some other review questions, like a pop quiz, while we're doing this, about the concept to be covered. You just say if you understand some ideas I try to pass. Okay, and let me finish this. So now I add a little yellow and white to dot the stamen, pollen dots on the stamen. So it's like a greenish yellow, light yellow. I don't count them. I just dot very densely along the top of the. Sometimes on light I can add more green, so it will be dark against light. On the dark petals I use more white. So light against dark, dark against light. Alternatively, I can just make up some missing ones. So see, this one is dark. I just use more white to contrast with that. We didn't have time to go to the details of birds. like a beak of different birds. Please take my class online. There's a 2 classes dedicated to birds. At least one is with the plum blossom, the other is just the birds of the 2 Zhang, teacher Zhang, my teacher Zhang, and another teacher Zhang Shuqi. He's also last name Zhang. He's an expert in paint birds. My great teacher. Great teacher. Okay, my painting is almost done. I will sign and seal here. I'll let you see what it look like right now. So this is what they do with a signature and a seal. You can try to place it to see how it look like. All right, that's my lesson for today. Thank you for all your effort. And I'd like to give you a little quiz next. Let me go to my other computer. Please stay tuned. Let me put the landscape on this. Okay, let me put the landscape back. I think this may take more time for you to finish. So while you're watching the documentary, you can still do this. And I will show you the result when I do sign up. I mean, sign and seal. Okay. I try to use this pruning function to gather some feedback on my lecture and demos. So this one has to do with the 5 tonalities or shades or values of ink. We call that 5 colors of ink in Chinese traditional painting theory. There's few questions for you to review. If you like this kind of format pop quiz, I'll do more just to test your knowledge base before and after this class. I'll show you the result of everybody's answer and give you some comments. And we have another group of questions. I'll probably do it after the documentary. It's about Zhang Daqian. Maybe we should do it before and after to see if that will change your life, okay? Or your worldview of Chinese painting or fine art in general. We haven't added the pool, so if you haven't, you can still do that. But let me give you some hint about the answers I have already saw. The first question about the definition of ink painting or sumi-e, brush paint, the Chinese brush painting. I think it should be positive on, you know, the first answer. I mean, first answer is if the painting should do it without color, that's a wrong answer. Because as you can see, color is part of Chinese brush painting or sumi-e. We have nothing against that. So you can use watercolor or even Western watercolor. The only thing that if you wet mount Western color, it will smear. Because when you re-wet, the gum arabic will tend to smear. We use this called gelatin as binding. So it will not smear when you re-wet it in wet mounting. But for dry mounting, any watercolor is fine. I use gouache. I have Western gouache, and I use the Winsor & Newton watercolor. So watercolor is part of the sumi-e, no problem. If you use pure ink without water, that's called the black and white. That's wrong because we use water as a media to dilute the ink to get different tonalities. Tonality is very important to indicate, the color of the sumi word. We call that sumi eye. You have to see tones that in black and white. Between the black and white, there are 5 tones from very dark to very dry. Oh, sorry, very light. The next question has to do with, which are the 5 colors. One of the question was maybe misleading. I don't know why nobody considered that. The dry and wet strokes. Okay. On rice paper, the same ink, same tone. With dry brush, it looks lighter than wet, right? So the ear, maybe the tail are the same here in terms of ink tonality. But because this is wet stroke and dry stroke, it looks this is more solid. This is more softer or void. So dark and light, dry and wet, and hard and soft are all part of the variations. 5 variations. The number, don't take it literally. 5 just mean varied or multiple, tones, not monotones. If you use India ink, I think you'll get in trouble if you try to get all the shades or the different tones or values, because India ink is supposed to use with a pen drawing on size paper, like drawing paper, not supposed to get this kind of rich variations in terms of ink painting. I mean Chinese brush painting. So I don't think India ink would work with this. So you have to use sumi ink. Ink stick gives more rich gradations of ink. Bottled ink is fine, and we have to also have the more grainy ink cake, convenient ink cake. You can combine all 3, or 2 of them. I grind my bottled ink to get a thick ink I used on the pupil of the rabbit. Remember, that's how I do it. So before I start the documentary, I want to show you the question. So you keep those in mind when you watch the documentary. Here's the result if you want to see what others answered. I'm going to have another poll. Okay. Let me just close it. Another final poll. What is that? About Jian Chen. uh, okay, if you have a minute to just take a look of those answers, it's okay to use your common sense to answer those questions. If you haven't heard his name and watched the video, I think it's a life-changing documentary. I have watched with my workshop students for many, many times, and every time I learn something from that. I wish you wish the documentary will help to solve remaining questions I haven't got chance to answer. So I will give you the question again, maybe in the end of the movie. Okay, now we're going to start doing the documentary. Let me find that. Yes.
Henry?
Yes.
Before you start the documentary, it's really late at night for me over here. Will it be possible to see the documentary tomorrow?
Good question. Yeah, we have to set up time. I cannot load it to YouTube because it's against the copyright law. Let me see what we can do. Tomorrow is a Monday. About what time? Where you are?
Israel.
Israel. Oh, so about this time?
It's 11 at night now over here.
Oh, I see. This is too late. So it will be like a same starting time, right? Starting time. I can restart this lesson within 30 days, I think. So we can continue this lesson tomorrow. Yeah, the same time. I just show the documentary and maybe review some questions. But I want to do more demos. Okay, just I have to set up another time for. I will send you another survey to see what other lesson I need to conduct to suit your needs. I haven't scheduled any future lesson, but I will if there's a needs and demands for them. Okay. I really appreciate your any feedback and then ask you for forgiveness about any clashes, glitches, what I call, with technology that we are trying to do here. So I'm going to show you this 4 version. If you have watched the brief version, I had shortcut from 1 hour to 40 minutes. There's some 20 minutes new content in this 4 version. Let me see, where's the okay, forward. I'm going to share it right now. Share screen. Oops, where is it?
This film has been made possible by a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This is what my father said to me on painting. I recorded on January 17, 1981 in Taipei. And he says, I can use the mountains, but not the other way around. I can create the good, the beautiful, and eliminate the bad and ugly just like God. I am God. Like God created Adam out of clay, I can create the mountains through my brush and ink.
然的山水画，它这个风景呢比较集中，而且变化很大。变化最大的就是叫云破海，几个山峰呢就在云上面，底下没有。哈，这像上了天一样。在历史上呢，有黄山画派，张大千这个，那么他呢也受这个黄山画派的影响，上黄山。
黄山迄今呢，有几句话，明朝人提的，在那个崖上啊刻了4个大字，叫“岂有此理”。怎么样呢？它一个石头上头会多一个石头，奇妙不可测。它山上没有泥土，它松树啊是长在这个石头的缝里头。它从哪里来的种呢？你要吃了松棍儿，吃了下去，从大面里掉在这个山上，或者几千颗、几万颗，它活了一颗。对，活了以后啊，它这个根呢就生在石头上，生在上。就是这个运气来培养它，所以中国的画里头最好的风景是黄山。
From the early Qing, say, the later 17th century, a lot of great artists, Hongren, Shitao, Kunsan, painters like that, have all gone to Huangshan for inspiration. Zhang Daqian himself went there. And so it plays a very important part in their paintings. The hand scroll, the horizontal scroll, landscape of Huangshan, is among the finest things he ever produced. The Huangshan painting is over 50 feet long. It's quite an experience to roll it. You can't just sort of glance at it and go away.
When someone like Zhang Daqian paints, that wonderful hand scroll of Huangshan. It's a dance of the heart, it's a meditational exercise, and it's intended to be a meditational exercise not just for the artist, but for the audience as well in responding to it, at which the hand scroll is an extraordinarily efficient format. Now, there is a first tendency with the hand scroll to gallop through it to see what's going to happen. But if you actually imagine yourself strolling along this path past the river, feeling the dampness of the mist, listening to the wind as it bends the bamboos, all of those little games actually involve you in the meditational process of the painting much more efficiently. So you find a path out, stroll through, you come again into the mist. Then you come across another large waterfall, and there is a very obvious stone bridge across it. So clearly one takes that, it's an invitation. By the time you've traveled all the way through the hand scroll, you have viewed Huangshan through the eyes of the artist, then we begin to play with the more subtle languages of Chinese painting, where the real art of Chinese painting is, the languages of line, of form, of color and texture. It becomes a totally different world. As subject matter, there's a major difference between the top of a rock and a tree. As form, there's no difference. It's just a balance of two different shapes. The first time going through it, these peaks might have looked all rather the same. They're all sort of pointing fingers upwards, lots and lots of them. But the moment you start seeing them as just as abstract form, they become quite different. It becomes a little symphony. As he paints, it is a continuous dance for him as an artist. Every time he attacks the painting, it's a delight. He's not trying to achieve something. He is dancing for the sheer spiritual joy of it. But if we look at that dance as simply depicting a house and a figure in a tree, we miss the dance.
Once Zhang Daqian and I went to a place called See It to Believe It Peak. The name means that you have to go there to believe that such a place could exist. I took some photographs there. But a camera can only show one angle at a time. To overcome this limitation, I adopted the way of Chinese painting, which uses multiple perspective. This is called composite photography. Sometimes I would enlarge a picture of a very small bonsai rock add clouds and mist, and put Zhang Daqian in the clouds.
再加上云呢，那就把大千先生呢摆在云雾当中了。最近的方法
The composite method adopts an essential idea of Chinese painting.
所以中国人对画的
For centuries, Chinese painting has understood how to invent a world, not just represent it literally.
专门呢找了对象而已，这样。
It's true that Chinese painting had the idea of expression through form, expression through abstract form, somewhat separate from imagery, before it was popular in the West. It didn't get going in the West until 19th and 20th century, whereas in China, that kind of thinking went all the way back to the 11th century. As there were people in the Sung Dynasty China who said that anybody who looks at the painting in terms of likeness, that is for what it represents, is like a child.
I think there is a fundamental misconception about aesthetics today, and that is based upon the presumption that Western art is in the vanguard of world art. I don't believe that's true. I think what has happened in our modern revolution in the West is of extraordinary cultural significance for the West. But in aesthetics, I think China is centuries ahead of the West. From the 14th century onwards, Chinese art has been completely modern. It has fulfilled all of its revolutions. It's finally transcended the very nature of revolutions and the intellectual framework. The Chinese, when they went through their revolution, shifted to painting extraordinarily abstract paintings, excitingly abstract, expressive paintings, textural, color field paintings, made up entirely of representational subject matter. But because we judge it from a Western framework of understanding, and at the moment the Western culture tends to dominate in the world, all we see is the pictures, we don't see the art.
Out here in Hong Kong, there are some people who are Daqian fanatics. I mean, they just love everything he does. And if you hang around the exhibition for a while, you'll see people coming and spending a lot of time studying the paintings and looking very closely at the inscriptions and the seals and looking with magnifying glass and so forth, because they're really dedicated Daqian fans. And of course, you hear some spirited discussions about some people like the late works and some people like the early, more traditional works, and they go on and on about it. And these people are not necessarily buyers. They're curious about what modern Chinese painting is.
That one, I must say, to me, looks as though he spilled some ink.
Yeah, this is for him more experimental. And at that time, I must say, it wasn't popular at all. But now in the 90s, in the late 80s, people are very attracted to this kind of expression.
More abstract.
We often have a larger selection of Zhang Daqian than other artists because his range is so broad. He worked in all different styles so that there are many available pieces, some of which are very good, and you have different price ranges. So he's really an artist that spans across a tremendous range of collecting interest.
At Sotheby's, we have auctions twice a year, in the spring and in the fall. And it looks as if the entire Asia has descended on our auction rooms. We have everyone in the world, you know, they're collectors, they are dealers, they're little children, they are grandmothers, or they're just gawkers, they're just here to look. They want to come to see a wonderful auctioneer at work. They want to be enticed, they want to bid, and sometimes they buy in spite of themselves.
Lot 100, landscape by Zhang Daqian, 300,000 is bid for it, 300,000 at 300,000. 320, 340, 360, 380, 400, 420, 440, 480 on the aisle, 500 in a new place, 550 all the way back, at 600, 620. No, at 620. I'm selling it then at 620,000, 650. 700, 750, 800. I'm selling it then at 800,000. I offer this at 800,000. Landscape by Zhang Dachen, Yosa at 800,000.
Zhang Dachen has been a part of my life for really quite some time. I remember when I was an elementary school student in 6th grade, each of the students had to produce a report about an artist. The teacher had provided a list of artists for us to choose from. But among the list of artists that he provided, first of all, there was only one female artist, Mary Cassatt, but there were no artists who were not either European or American, and there was nobody who wasn't Caucasian. And I thought this is very interesting, because of course I grew up in America, in New York City, and I had always thought of myself as an American just like everybody else. And I think this was the first time that something hit me, like, wait a second, there is more to the world than what we see here. And I thought back to when I was 9 years old, when I had gone to a painting exhibition with my father. I remember seeing all these big pictures of very wild, strong strokes in black of flowers and things. And it turns out that this was an exhibition of works by Zhang Dachen. So on my own accord, I did a little research and wrote up the paper on Zhang Dachen, and I even did a little portrait to go with it. So in the 6th grade, when I had to report on Picasso, somehow it brought me back to the fact that I'd seen an exhibition and there was an artist, in fact, who was Chinese.
Zhang Dachen, splashed color landscape. 50,000 is bid for it, 50,000.
Sometimes I feel like Zhang Dachen is still here. Sometimes I feel like he's looking over my shoulder. When I go and see a 14th century painting for the first time and I open it up, often Zhang Dachen pops into my mind, because sometimes a collector seal of Zhang Dachen will be on it, sometimes a colophon praising the painting will be on it, written by Zhang Dachen. So if you're involved with Chinese paintings, there's no way to avoid Zhang Dachen.
张大千在30年代，我开始认识他，那个时候他在上海啊，已经是很出名的画家啊。上海跟全国中国所有地方都不同，这是因为他外国人、中国人、外国文化、中国文化都有。他的老师。李梅安啊，曾龙然，这些都是在上海啊，清末的时候生了根的，所以作为一个国画家，张大千在上海呢是有个很好的发展的场合了，继承了中国的传统文化。
In the 18th century or the 19th century, China was China. People knew who they were. Chinese painting was something that everybody understood in China. Nowadays, in the 20th century, we have very basic questions about what does it mean to be a Chinese painter, and Zhang Dachen's role in all of this is pivotal. He took a very conscious stand. Other artists tried to modernize Chinese painting, but a lot of what they tried to do was to borrow from Western painting. Zhang Dachen wanted to make Chinese painting more relevant. He wanted to make it more modern. He wanted to make it more appealing to the masses. But he wanted to do it in a way that was true to the tradition itself.
You could almost say that for artists working in Shanghai, Beijing, and 1930s, whatever, that painting was in a kind of dilemma in that there weren't enough really good models for them, and their recent past wasn't strong enough to give them much inspiration. So they had to get out of it somehow. And typically in China, and here for that matter, when that happens, artists start looking into the past. Zhang Daqian was one of a number of major 20th century artists who in different ways were looking back to the later 17th century. This was a great age of artists who had very strong, powerful individual styles. And Zhang Daqian and others were looking hard at all kinds of old paintings, but especially Shi Tao, obviously, just endlessly inventive, the most original, most brilliantly creative of the later painters. And people began to recognize this. So Shi Tao was having a big, big revival among collectors as well as artists. And Zhang Daqian was right in the middle of this.
Whenever he heard about a Shi Tao painting, he would go after it, no matter how far he had to travel or how difficult it was to track down. He would either try to buy it or borrow it, or at least get to look at it. In the 1930s, I saw nearly 100 Shi Taos in his house.
李梅安呢，他的老师啊，是对石涛的研究很深的。有一天，有一个画商啊，拿一张石涛的画给他看，他就买了。买了之后啊，他就找张大千，他说：“你来看这张画多好啊，怎么好，怎么好。”张大千一面看，一面很恭敬地看，一方面听。听完了之后，他说：“老师，这是我画的。”他这个，他就是这样子，那你们说那不对啊，你画不出来就是这么好啊。他说，老师，这张画的上半截啊，是你家里藏的一半的，这画我记在脑子里，这是一半的，底下一半是我加上去的，所以我这几乎等于跟石涛两个人合作的一张画。啊，李梅安拿出那个他所藏的石涛，上半截果然就是那个石涛的这个原作的临本，底下呢是张大千自己加上去的，啊，就这个人就从这个时候开始啊，他就是开玩笑的就开始搞他的这个仿石涛啊，仿八大的作品啊。
当时在那个北方的时候，我在北京的时候，我不能说这第一个，我差不多第二个北方收藏家。我收藏我东西收藏很好的东西收藏。所以张大千跟那个时候，因为张大千是有名的人了，我就民国25年我们俩认识以后就做朋友了。我就是有一张是这个八大山人画的画嘛，我就给他看。在那个时候我们还不是不是太密切的朋友。他看他这张画是假的，我说我花1万块钱买的，我买，他说我说假的一定假的，我说那你怎么看出假的？他笑了，他说那是我画的。
A painting that just copies somebody else has never been taken seriously in China. What you have to do is to learn somehow the principles, the basis of some old artist or series of artists, and then you somehow use those as a starting point for your own individual creativity. But it's exactly what composers and artists here do. I mean, in recent times especially, artists like Picasso obviously is dealing with, is taking things from primitive art, from classical art, from particular artists, Velázquez and so forth, Poussin. Or if you think of Stravinsky, he plays on all kinds of old styles. That essentially is like what the Chinese are doing.
35年，先生到了北京，开了
In 1935, my teacher held 2 painting exhibitions in Beijing. His reinterpretation of Shi Tao appeared like a new face. It challenged the stagnant, orthodox rhetoric of Beijing art circles and opened people's eyes. His handling of brush and ink was brilliant. The paintings displayed spontaneity and freedom, yet they were also cultured and elegant. Not craftsman's work. No vulgar Shanghai air. I was quite amazed by them.
《 石涛在清朝的时候，
Shi Tao was the most innovative painter in the Qing
他
dynasty,
学石涛。
so he was right to study Shi Tao.
但是中国画家呢，有一条路要走的，
But
就是
to be a successful Chinese painter, one must learn all kinds of methods.
都要学，
The more techniques one masters, the better.
方法掌握的越多越好。
That was the path he took.
啊，他呢就是走这条路。
He went to the Dunhuang caves and studied Tang Dynasty painting.
敦煌石窟啊，
The Dunhuang caves are midway along the old Silk Road.
从兰州出来
Leaving from Lanzhou and going northwest, our journey took over a month. The further we went, the more desolate the landscape became.
有些时候
Sometimes we wouldn't see a soul all day.
戈壁什么叫戈壁？同沙滩概念不是一回事。戈壁是石头，一个个石头，大的小小的没太大的，就是海底呀。当时交通是不便的，抗日战争期间，当时火车也没有，张先生也雇了40个骆驼，一晚上半夜呢，就坐在戈壁滩上就睡觉。 脸一看就天了，周围骆驼把我们围在里面。这路上啊，有汉长城，有明长城，就是沿着长城有关口。这个嘉峪关呢，就是西面的关口。 安溪到敦煌这一段，公路没有了，就马车路，戈壁山上随便走。
都有些人说：“你这个大傻瓜，你干嘛跑到敦煌去呢？”好像敦煌没什么东西好学的，所以说明呢，现在一般人的这个眼光呢很浅的，看东西看不远，他看得远啊，而且到敦煌去那么远、那么偏僻的地方。 人家也不敢去，就是想去也不敢去的。
张先一到了敦煌过后一看呢，那就不用说了，历代博物馆了。他可能一张张画起来，可能有几十里路长。敦煌这个洞窟啊，大概有700、800个洞窟，洞窟里头现在存在的壁画45000多平方米，材数2000多升。从公元4世纪开始。 10个世纪，连续不断，一本现成的、自然形成的美术史。
Dunhuang was an oasis city. It still is that in a way, and it was a stopping place for travelers, caravans, Buddhist pilgrims, all kinds of people who were making their way out of China or into China, across Central Asia to India, wherever, to Western Asia. And they would stop there, and sometimes, as good Buddhists, they would make offerings to commission painting, sculpture in the caves. So gradually, over a period of centuries, Dunhuang built up this really incredible repository of great painting. And there's nothing remotely like it anywhere else in China or anywhere else in the world.
当时啊，咱们国内啊，首先见不到。
At that time, no one had access to Tang Dynasty paintings. The real thing could only be imagined from descriptions in old books.
张先生觉得这样的宝山，
My teacher Zhang Daqian could never ignore such a great treasure house of art.
我到了敦煌过后，我见到老师，见老师我们旧的习惯了，见到首先要磕头啊。老师也很高兴我去了，因为多个助手嘛，啊，我们都是早出晚归啊，早上去到洞子里去取稿，晚上回家再登记一下，用墨勾成线。我们临摹这个壁画呢，都是在布上。 中国绘画最重要是线描，所以各个时代不同的表现方法都由张先生一个人入门。下一步呢，喇嘛啊，我们呢分布做颜色。
1944年 In 1944, an exhibition of Zhang Daqian's Dunhuang paintings was held in Chongqing.
敦煌壁画展。
I had to stand in line for 2 days to get a ticket, and I spent a whole day looking at them.
看了一天，差不多200幅画。
There were some 200 works in brilliant colors.
画的人像比真人还要高。
The figures were larger than life.
这个气派非常宏伟。
I was struck by their grandeur and the great skill of the artist.
我看了这个画以后
After I saw these paintings, I knew I had to go to Dunhuang.
我来的时候啊
When I came, I thought I'd spend 2 or 3 years here.
3、2年就回去，但是一来之后
But once I arrived, I was spellbound by these art treasures.
一待
I've stayed 45 years.
For Zhang, going to Dunhuang was getting at a kind of grand-scale monumental art, which China hadn't had much in recent centuries. And to get through to the great age of Chinese figure painting was important for Zhang Daqian. Dunhuang paintings and Zhang's copies of them were also important because they, in a way, made color, heavy color in painting respectable again. This is something that Chinese painting had moved away from, had even begun to think of as somehow low class, not respectable. But Zhang Daqian was able to break free of that and opened up something that Chinese painting is still exploiting in a way. And it freed painting, I think, from all these kind of literati prejudices about what's okay to do and what's low class. And it was a big move for him, a big successful move in the end.
Today.
我这场戏呢，第4场叫做《梦扰莫高窟》，或者叫《梦回敦煌》。张大千入睡，做了一个美梦，重新把他拉回到莫高窟去了。里边的飞天呐，全都出来了。那么张大千在里边就拿着中国毛笔，就在里边怎么设想，怎么画，怎么发展他的那种幻想。 直到最后，这个舞完了，东方菩萨不见了，一下子给惊醒了，呀，上哪儿去了？于是他最后就大声的疾呼：“东皇，东皇！”我在这儿每一次我都流泪。
灯华，灯华！
张大千先生呢，从那东皇回来以后，在成都呢，他的那个地方就展出了张大千很多作品。大概是在我12、13岁的时候，我当时看着，哎呦，我们四川还出了这么一个人呢，真了不得，那面貌丰富啊，那个不是一般画家能够做到的。
毕加索，他咋个把我约到这个闹麻麻的地方来会面喽？
那是毕加索到那个坎斯那个地方去参加一个盛大的那个陶器展览的开幕式。那怎么表现？咱们这个戏就利用了这个川剧的这个传统的手法，比如中国画的留白啊，白也许是云，也许是天，也许是水，也许是其他的，让你自己去填补它。戏也是这样。张大千、毕加索在这个舞台上被人群拥挤的不能这个交谈，那么毕加索就站在高处，就用这个手啊跟张大千比，这里不行，你到我家里去，我在古堡接见你啊。张大千说：“我一定要来。”这就是哑语，这就完了。紧接着就是张大千先生到，毕加索出来接他。
The famous meeting of Zhang Daqian with Picasso, which happened in 1956 when he went to France, had a big impact on his reputation. I myself, writing a short essay for an exhibition of his in the early 60s in New York, said that this meeting was a kind of summit meeting of the art world. I didn't mean that necessarily these were the two great artists of their traditions and their times. That can be argued. But I did mean that they somehow, better than anybody else in their time, sum up these traditions. They sort of stand for them. They're also both flamboyant personalities with lots of energy, lots of nervous energy somehow radiating from them. And people in their presence felt that. It was almost a dangerous thing for them because then the myth grows up that anything they do is going to be great. Picasso makes a scribble on his table napkin and somebody carries it off and sells it. Zhang Daqian was in danger of that too, because the idea that anything he did was going to be great art is very dangerous, because he does a certain amount of rather trivial stuff. In the cases of Zhang Daqian and Picasso, or artists of that type, the whole life of the artist and all his activities and this kind of charisma becomes part of the artwork, so that having a genuine Picasso or a genuine Zhang Daqian is not simply having a good or bad picture. It's also having a part of that person and feeling that you somehow partake of that person's energy and creativity and so forth.
大千呢，这个我说他是一个怪物啊，在这个社会，在当时这个社会里头，只能产生，或者从中国历史上来说啊，只能产生这么一个人。他的交朋友啊，是什么的人都有，啊，流氓、土匪、大商人、大军阀啊，当然妓女也不少啊，还有好多那个画画的穷学生啊。当然，他很早就跟徐悲鸿啊、齐白石啊这些画家来往的很密切，没有一个人不喜欢他，啊，他有这个本事。
就是在1945在成都。
In 1945, I was his house guest for a few months. I was a cartoonist then. Many things about him were very interesting, very picturesque.
Like
that huge painting he did. It was made up of 4 panels, each 12 feet tall. Also, Zhang Daqian liked to paint female beauties, like those he saw in Dunhuang. So I drew him holding a flower. I made him into a Tang Dynasty beauty as a joke. And he had this huge painting table. He sat there, such a tiny figure. What a contrast. Using his beard to paint a beard was my imagination. I never saw him do that, but I thought it was a funny idea. I did 6 cartoons of him, and when I left, I gave them to him as a gift. He also gave me paintings.
那么为了应酬这些朋友呢，他有时候一高兴就给你画一张画，一高兴给你画一张画。那么这种送给人家的画呢，不少。所以呀，有人说张大千生平的画呀，大概有5、6万幅。
我就说你这不能随便的给人家画，你是指着这个吃饭的，你把你这个东西乱七八糟的，随便谁该生就洗这画几张，他就这么一个人，所以我们跟他说开支票一样，他得走到哪儿就是开个支票去。
他有时候穷得不得了。
Sometimes he was extremely poor. He had a seal carved with the phrase, "As rich as a nation, as poor as a beggar." When he sold his paintings, he would throw money around like dirt. And whenever his friends were in need, he'd never refuse to give them money.
他富甲天下，就是他画一张画就是钱嘛，可是腰里一个铜板都没有。他上飞机穷的一堆，就是这故事，就是上飞机买飞机票，腰里没钱，没怎么送他的客人拿出钱来给他买飞机票。这个人是，他就这么一个人。我不管他，我看他们的艺术家都有点神经上都有点。
他这个八德园呢，据说有2部某1亩这么大，地点在巴西人工开的一个湖，有5个亭子造起来，所以叫5亭湖。它样样事情都是保持着中国的风味、中国的风格，还有像传统的意思，所以这个园里的布置啊，就是一种古董。我到大千地方住了大约有1个月的样子，他每天呢，喜欢把这个大的石头，几吨重的石头运来运去，用卡车运，因为运去摆在这里好看，照相来摆在那里好看，也可以照相啊。他自己也喜欢古装。所以说那个苏东坡的，衣服很多这样子，戴的帽子啊，穿的衣服啊都是那样，拿的手杖啊都是很古的样子了。
As a child in Brazil, I was often embarrassed because there will be people always looking at him, that's one thing, but then the children would really come to him and pull his robe, grab him, and even grab his beard and rub it, and we'll call him Santa Claus. So it was this question of me trying to explain, he's not a Santa Claus. He's my father, but people are calling him Santa Claus and finding him so strange.
I saw more of Zhang Daqian after I came back from my Fulbright years abroad and became a curator at the Freer Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. That was in 1957. And Zhang actually visited there more than once, and I would show him paintings, and we'd talk and so on. But also, in that connection, I became more and more aware of the fact that he was producing forgeries of early paintings. I knew he had been doing Shirtao and other late painters, but I didn't know he was doing these great 11th century, 12th century, 10th century paintings and so on. He found a picture of Lao Tzu riding in a chariot and made it into a Tang Dynasty painting, which is now in the Palace Museum in Taipei. And another major one is the painting in the British Museum, which is now recognized to be a Zhang Daqian forgery, but it was bought as a work of the great 10th century master Juran. One of the most impressive things about Zhang as a forger is the sheer range of what he could do. It's hard to think of anything like that in Western culture.
后来是拜张大千的时候，在这个做假画互相交流上这一方面交流过这个事情。 我们比鉴赏家高。我们看到过你这个字是从哪儿来的，画儿从哪儿来的，是怎么样是真的，怎么样是假的，研究是非常深刻。我们所讲的东西，正是考虑到这个鉴赏家、收藏家的他的水平。
It was a work of scholarship, a kind of backward scholarship, to be sure. I mean, here we were trying to read the data, and here he was creating the data for us to read. And we collectively really fell for it. And we'd publish all the evidence, what we took to be evidence for it being a great early painting. John was marvelous at that.
一张元朝画，是不是？你事隔这么些年，是不是？但是看他那笔墨，都是形象，这墨色、墨光、颜色都在纸上头。做假画的人不成，做假画的人是把这张画是连画带纸一起做就。我们跟大千先生不一样的地方就是研究不一样，是先做假画，先做假纸，把纸做就了以后，是不是？最后再画在上头。上头还不行，最后上头一层的宝浆，这个纸啊，上头一层的宝浆，很好的真画，拿手一摸，是温如玉，跟那个10几岁的小孩的脸一样，那是真的。拿手里几乎粗，一色是假的。
There's a lot of reasons why John did them, I think. And I would really put very central and the one of just having fun, being able to fool people, being just that good at it. And it was an extremely complicated game, which he played better than anybody else.
张大千做假画呢，他就最高的档次，卖个博物馆，外国博物馆，就卖得很高的价钱，所以也许做一张假画可以吃1年2年的，所以他愿意做假画就是这个道理。
There are no objective criteria by which you can say this is real, this isn't, or this is Zhang Daqian, this isn't. We try to recognize his hand in forgeries of Shitao, but we don't agree with each other on where it is.
我不反对做假画，我说只要好，不管真啊假，有时真画没假画好。
If somebody acquires a painting and is very excited and enthusiastic about it, and then somebody else or a lot of people tell that person this isn't a real Shitao, it's a forgery, it's not the same painting. In a sense, in a physical sense, of course it is. But in the experience of that person and everybody else, it's not the same at all. You look at it with different eyes. Whether you should or not is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You cannot see it the same way anymore. What you have to study is really the experience of the work of art. The object is just something that creates that experience. And the experience differs according to what you've got in your head, what you know about the artist and the date in which it was done and circumstances under which it was done. So when those change, essentially the object changes too. It's not the same object.
In object-orientated aesthetics, something is either right or it's wrong, because you're dealing with the physical work of art. If it's right, it is revered. And thousands of people a day, if it's in a museum, will go and worship in front of it, basically. That's what great art is all about. The moment it is found out to be wrong, the same painting is put in an embarrassed silence into the basement of the museum and never mentioned again, other than by a few investigative journalists. But in the Chinese tradition, where the entire process is the art, you have the concept of relative authenticity, which is so much more sophisticated, because a work of art, if it carries something of the spirit of the original, is still revered, both for carrying the spirit of the original and for the original communication, and for the addition of the artist that made it. And this is where Chang Da-Chen comes into his own. I think Chang Da-Chen is much misunderstood in many cases, because people are discussing whether he's a faker or not. I see him more as a medium able to contact the past, able to recreate Shitao, recreate Duran, any of the great artists whom he understood so well.
If somebody believes in it as a Shirtao, then the price goes way up. Then you can't get it as a Zhangda Qian. And I think it would be foolish to pay a Shirtao price for even a very good Zhangda Qian. So it ties in with the market very closely.
The marketplace is what tends to govern when we ask questions. Collectors get frightfully upset, curators in museums get frightfully upset if their things are fake. But that's only one aspect of the art. If we could divorce ourselves from the marketplace and deal with the medium and the message, then the angst goes out of this problem. And we can deal simply with the spiritual quality of the art, in which case many of Changda Chen's paintings are going to turn out to be the masterpieces of the future, whether they've got Shitao's name on them or Juren's or his own.
During Zhang Daqian's later years, his style underwent a significant change. The so-called splash ink method is to pour large quantities of ink and color onto a painting. People praised him for this artistic innovation, but Zhang Daqian claimed that he was just following the method of Wang Xia from the Tang Dynasty. No Wang Xia painting had survived for him to see, of course, but it was known that Wang had painted this way.
Growing up with him, seeing him painting was really the most natural thing. He seems always at ease when he's painting. Maybe he's thinking a lot about it, but it doesn't show. And as a matter of fact, it looks even too easy when he's painting. The only time that I seen him frustrated was when he had an operation on his eyes in the late 60s. And after waiting for months for an improvement, not only didn't improve, was even worse. And so he was always trying out his eyes by trying to paint something. And one day he just threw his brush out and looked very upset and frustrated. And after that incident, I know that later on he had a seal carved with the meaning that he doesn't paint with his eyes, but he paints with his heart.
我是在巴西住了20多年，到美国又住了8年，现在是预备在台湾定居了。大家朋友帮忙也给我买了一块地，马上要在那边开始建筑房子。
The Lucentu, which is one of his last painting and certainly the largest one that he had done. It was done during the time he was in Taipei. The painting was so big that we had to move all the furniture away, and to build a special table for that painting. There were times that he would actually paint the background, which would be the upper portion of the painting. He would go to the other side of the table and do it upside down, the top of the mountain, for instance. And it was quite almost like a marathon, going from one end of the table to the other. He was 82 years old when he was doing this. He was painting many, many other paintings at the same time, and with his garden, and with his animals, and with his lunches and dinners and Chinese opera.
不是我想说，是朋友我画的，是日本人，是检察委员，他开的叫哈德贝，他为了请我画这画，他是找了一个大厅的专门要画给他想的我是好朋友，喜欢我的画，我不是为了钱，我是为了钱卖命，我不能。为朋友画我就可以。我是个要最懒、最要舒服的人。我穷了没有米下锅了，我也是不画画。但是我要画的时候啊，喊我画个童年画，对，所以我画画呀没有时间性，是不是？
您说您也有去过庐山啊？您画一张庐山图，它算不算是抽象画？
当然是抽象，中国画都是抽象。中国画人物或者都是抽象，不过有一般人呢讲错了，以为我们中国人呢都是临摹古人。比方说最有名的人画那个庐山的画，从前的我们不记得，明朝的唐伯虎、神州，他们都画的庐山高，那跟我胸中造一个庐山。
这庐山都画了3年了，啊，几乎是他的一生的风格的总结。你比方说是这个皴法啊，各种各样，他从敦煌，从元代4大家的这个技巧里头啊吸取东西，然后再加上他自己这个特有的泼墨画，他的这个境界之宽呢，我想中国画家没几个。
他画的庐山图是我们都去看他画，他快去世以前说他心里非常难过，因为他想画不出来了，趴在那桌上又累，画不出来了。
In Chinese aesthetics, the artist has always had this concept of art as play, painting as play, music as play, a very profound level of play. And Chang Da-Chen played it brilliantly throughout his life as original painter, extraordinarily skilled painter, as copyist, as what we call faker, as spiritual reincarnation of some of the great painters, as connoisseur, as collector. He built magnificent gardens and homes wherever he was. It's an extraordinarily sophisticated art form, and one that comes out of a subtle aesthetic which has been well tried and well tested for 1,000 years. We in the West have only just arrived at this stage in our modern century. Postmodernism, where we're painting now figurative subject matter with very abstract aims and very abstract ideas and great dance of the brush, is beginning to reach into that. But the West has an immense amount to learn if we can understand what has already gone on in the past 1,000 years in China. And Changda Chen is a key point in the whole process, because he was so successful in combining all aspects of art, all aspects of the aesthetic. He's a subtle manifestation of the art form itself.
Once father was painting, I was next to him, and he was just saying that, you know, the highest achievement in painting is when you really feel that it comes from within, and just transfer to your hand and to the brush, and there you have the painting. And that's when you really achieve the ultimate goal. But he said that although I'm saying this, still I haven't achieved that point yet. I still have to think about it.
I just launched the poll result from the earlier poll. I think if we take it now, it might be a little different, right? Okay, yeah, thank everybody for joining us. And Victoria will be on Tuesday for the calligraphy practice. Incidentally, I have the painting finished here, and I describe it with a line for town poem Wang Wei. Actually, I got to know this poem from Zhang Daqian painting in the early 80s. When I first saw Zhang Daqian's painting, I was falling in love with one of his painting in green landscape. It says, "On the mountain trail, there's no rain, only green that wet my clothing." Yeah, that's the line from Wang Wei that Zhang Daqian used in his painting. So, and then the year and my signature, the seal. On landscape seal, we use a tiny one to keep the proportion. So don't destroy that universal scale that we talked about.
Well, Henry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Henry, this is Richard Kaufman. I want to thank you very, very much for your workshop and your lessons, and that terrific documentary by Changda Chen. It's been a great pleasure for me, and I think I learned something. I hope I did.
Great to hear that, Richard.
Hope to see you again.
Okay, I will send everybody a feedback survey. So I would then decide what we do, if we need to adjust the format, or we just keep doing the same style. So let us know. You can also email us, just reply the registration emails. I get it. Thank you. Thank everybody for your time and patience for doing this. Yeah, it takes patience. Okay. So I don't want to keep you too long. It has been like 4 hours, more than 4 hours for many of us.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed that class. It was just wonderful.
Yeah, I'm going to put this finished painting on the website ChineseBrushPainting.ning.com. Make sure you open an account before midnight today. So I will close the paywall tomorrow and credit you 30 days for the following up of this class. I hope to see you there with your paintings so I can critique and appreciate. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank everybody.
Many thanks.
For you guys. So now I can see if Hi Shi is still there. You.
Thank you, Henry. That was wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you, Shi. We tested something yesterday, so we figured something out, like the pouring. It was not working. Today we at least made it work. Thank you, Shi, for your help.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, Richard, I like to thank you again for overcome the technical barrier, and thank you for your comments you just made. I hope to see an opportunity that we can do something together with your members in the Sumia Society, maybe also promote your association's show or resources.
Yes, I want to look into that.
Okay, thank you. Definitely call me again when you have something to suggest or propose.
Definitely.
Hi, Chakong, right? Chakong, I'm sorry I didn't get your painting to comment. Didn't get a chance, but I will do it in the class and help you out there in the online class. Roman Shinsky. Yes, how are you? Good. And Ruti, are you still there? Are you from Israel? So let me unmute everybody so you can talk.
Yeah, in the end, I stayed awake.
Still awake. Good to hear. Okay,
I'm here, yes.
I didn't know you could join from this part. I'm very honored to have people from all over the world sharing the same interests with me. And okay.
It was very interesting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very well, everybody.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. I'm going to end now. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye.